Committee meeting on the CRVS held in Abuja, NIDDA's Director General Kashif Inuwa Abdullahi CCI described the CRVS system as a vital national asset that demands a fully integrated, interoperable, and scalable digital platform. Represented by Engineer Salisu Kaka, Abdullahi emphasized the agency's dedication to using technology to enable seamless data exchange across government institutions, ensuring accurate and reliable national planning.
Civic registration and vital statistics register is a national asset driven by the National Population Commission, and it's involved having a holistic national register that captures births, death, and other civil events that Nigerian students underwent. So we met today, the second meeting after the inaugural meeting, which took place last year in October, where the National Coordination Committee was established. So today's meeting is to inaugurate the technical working group. And prior to the inauguration, we were briefed about the updates on the activities carried out so far in the initial inauguration. What is interesting in the update is the fact that NPC recognized the relevance and importance of technology as a critical tool that can enable the country to have a holistic national database that is integratable, interoperable, and scalable, so that it can allow cross-border transfer of information.
In his opening remarks, NPC Chairman Dr. Aminu Yusuf highlighted the urgent need for Nigeria to accelerate reforms toward a fully digital and interoperable CRVS system. He noted that fragmented structures and weak coordination continue to hinder progress, calling for stronger collaboration among MDAs and development partners to expand birth, death, and marriage registration coverage nationwide.
This second meeting, ladies and gentlemen, therefore provide us with a critical platform to confront these realities with honesty and determination. We must accelerate the transformation of our CRVS system into a fully integrated, digital, decentralized, and interoperable national platform. This requires all key institutions, National Population Commission, Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, National Identity Management Commission, (MC), National Bureau of Statistics, Ministry of Justice, Association of Local Government of Nigeria, ALGO, and other relevant MDAs to pull together in a unified, coordinated effort.
UNICEF representative Mona Aika underscored that birth registration is a fundamental child right and crucial for accessing social services. She praised ongoing reforms and strengthening of stakeholder partnerships, reaffirming UNICEF's support for ensuring CRVS services reach every child, particularly at the community level.
We're very pleased to see the progress that the chairman has already mentioned in his speech. We're now really strengthening the system for CRVS to ensure that services are available right at the lowest level, and most importantly, they are sustainable, so that beyond any collaboration, CRVS and particularly birth registration services continue to be made available for every children. Ladies and gentlemen, birth registration is a legal right of every child from the time they are born. And it's a very important right for a child, and it facilitates many opportunities, such as, access to social welfare and many services that the child will need.
Participants at the meeting collectively reaffirmed their commitments to deepening digital integration and coordination within Nigeria's CRVS ecosystem, with NIDDA playing a central role in driving technology-enabled governance to support sustainable national development. Saadatu Sahabu, reporting for NIDDA Impact.
The National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDDA, hosted a delegation from the Agence de Système d'Information et du Numérique (ASIN) of the Republic of Benin during a courtesy visit to the agency's headquarters in Abuja. Again, NTA Impact correspondent Adatu Sahabo reports.
Speaking on behalf of the Director General of NIDDA, Kashifu Inwa Abdullahi CCI, the Director of Stakeholder Management and Partnerships, Dr. Aristotle Onumo, highlighted Nigeria's digital transformation drive and the importance of regional cooperation in advancing Africa's digital economy.
Having said that, there are quite great opportunities and platforms where we can collaborate as neighbors. Being a member of Smart Africa is, I think, is also a gateway to sharing a lot of knowledge, to sharing a lot of intelligence, and also to have a collaborative framework in delivering some of the services within the not within the West African sub-region and Africa as a whole. But I will use this opportunity to also share with you that we have great events in Nigeria, as large tech eco event, which I would also like your team and perhaps the entire country also to take advantage. It's a part of a knowledge sharing, knowledge exchange, also capacity building. For this year, I think we are having what we refer to as Digital Nigeria. Now, Digital Nigeria is what is the largest government-led tech ecosystem in Nigeria. It's an international conference that has drawn people from across the globe. The date is 11th through 13th of August this year. I think I want to use the opportunity to extend invitation to your team and to your agency to take this advantage and also be in Nigeria so that we can share more insight, leverage on each other's strength, and see how we can also put Africa and West Africa in the forefront of digital revolution, especially at this particular time.
Earlier, Elong Tilde, head of international partnership at ASIN, said Nigeria remains Africa's IT powerhouse, noting that the visit was aimed at strengthening collaboration, exchanging expertise, and advancing practical digital solutions across the region. Tilde also highlighted Benin Republic's progress in digital public infrastructure, including its national identity system and integrated public service platforms.
On the interoperability side, we have today more than 60 agency and services entity linked to our data exchanges platform, which is XWORD, and which allow us to deliver more than 250 services to our citizens today. Last but not least, we also have a payment platform, which allow us to bring some payment facilities to our citizens, mainly linked to wallet and mobile wallet activities. I think that's all. We are also working now to address key challenges like inclusion, moving more to open source system, and also add more value added to our sectors, health, education, justice, and other vertical managed by ministry. So we are developing as well some AI capacity to be able, to leapfrog on those sectors and add more value added to our citizens.
The engagement reflects NIDDA's continued efforts to foster regional cooperation and promote digital innovation aimed at advancing Africa's growing digital economy. Sa'adatu Sahabu, reporting for NIDDA Impact.
The National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDDA, has inaugurated the Technical Working Group for the National Regulatory Sandbox as part of efforts to strengthen collaboration among regulators and create a safe environment for innovation to thrive in Nigeria's digital economy. NIDDA Impact correspondent Peter Mary tells us more.
Speaking at the inauguration on behalf of the Director General of NIDDA, Kashifu Inwa Abdullahi CCI, the Acting Director of Regulation and Compliance, Barrister Emmanuel Edet, said that the initiative would help address regulatory fragmentation and create an enabling environment for innovation to thrive in Nigeria.
We are not launching a document, but we are building a governance structure and system that will impact on innovation in Nigeria. And we know that this work is going to outlast the implementation phase. And so it's a very heavy undertaking that we are having at this particular moment. And I am confident that everybody seated in this room and everybody that will be invited to the table is equal to that particular task. So on behalf of the Director General of the agency, I hereby formally inaugurate the National Sandbox Technical Working. Thank you very much.
In her overview remarks, the National Coordinator of the Office for Nigeria Digital Innovation, Victoria Fabumi, noted that the multi-agency framework will reduce regulatory delays, support coordinated innovation testing, and accelerate implementation of Nigeria's Startup Act.
And so what are the strategic objectives of the National Regulatory Sandbox? Is to create a safe and supervised environment for testing for innovation. Is to strengthen interagency regulatory coordination, reduce regulatory uncertainty and time to market for innovators, generate real-world evidence for adaptive and responsible regulation, and support. So if anyone knows about the Nigerian Startup Act, you'll know that the sandbox is spoken about in clear terms under the Startup Act. So it also works towards the implementation of the Nigerian Startup Act. We have members of the Startup Consultative Forum represented within the technical working group. And it also means that it is not something that is happening at the federal level. It can now be cascaded at a subnational level. So it's included in how we're thinking about the National Regulatory Sandbox.
The inauguration of the Technical Working Group marks another strategic step by NICTA and its partners towards building a coordinated regulatory ecosystem capable of driving innovation, attracting investments, and strengthening Nigeria's digital economy. Peter Miri, reporting for NIDA Impact.
Time now for cybersecurity updates.
Importance of strong password and two-factor authentication is what we're going to share with you in this week's cybersecurity updates. I am Mansur Ali Hassan and thank you for joining us. A strong password is unique, complex and difficult for attackers to guess. It typically includes a combination of upper and lowercase letters, numbers and special characters, at least 8 to 12 characters in length. Avoid using easily guessable information such as birthdays, names or common words. Two-factor authentication, that is 2FA, adds an extra layer of security by requiring a second form of verification. In addition to the password, this could be a one-time code sent to your mobile device or email, a biometric factor like a fingerprint or facial recognition. Benefits of passwords and two-factor authentication, that is 2FA. Protects sensitive information from hackers. Reduce the risk of identity theft and account compromise. Enhances security for both personal and professional accounts. That's all we have for you this week. Stay tuned for more updates and thank you.
This is NIDA Impact, your guide to a digital Nigeria.
This week our insight is on digital literacy for all, assessing NITDA's push to build a tech-skilled Nigeria. In today's technology-driven world, data literacy has become as important as traditional education. From communication and commerce to governance and employment, data skills now shape how societies function and how economies grow. Recognizing this reality, the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, has intensified efforts to ensure that Nigerians are not left behind in the global data revolution. At the heart of this vision is the Data Literacy for All initiative, a program designed to equip millions of Nigerians with basic and advanced data skills. Through partnerships with educational institutions, government agencies, private technology firms, and youth organizations, NITDA is gradually laying the foundation for a more technologically empowered Nigeria. The agency's ambition is undeniably bold, with targets aimed at achieving widespread data literacy by the end of the decade. NITDA is pushing a vision that sees technology not merely as a tool for elites in urban centers, but as a national resource accessible to everyone.
expanding access to digital knowledge. One of the strongest aspects of NIDA's digital literacy campaign is its inclusive approach. The agency understands that digital transformation cannot succeed if millions of citizens remain excluded from the digital space. As a result, the DL for All initiative focuses on practical skills such as device operation, digital communication, online safety, information management, and digital content creation. This approach deserves praise because it targets everyday Nigerians rather than limiting opportunities to highly specialized technology professionals. In many communities, especially among young people, digital literacy is increasingly becoming a pathway to economic survival and social mobility. By making these skills accessible, NIDA is helping citizens become more competitive in an increasingly digital global economy. The agency's partnership with the National Youth Service Corps also reflects strategic thinking. By training corps members as digital literacy ambassadors, NIDA is extending its reach into underserved and rural communities where access to technology education is often limited. This grassroots strategy has the potential to significantly reduce the digital divide between urban and the rural Nigeria. Another commendable aspect of the initiative is its focus on employability and innovation. Through collaborations with global technology companies, Nigerian youths are being exposed to training in areas such as artificial intelligence, data science, and information technology essentials. These are future-oriented skills capable of opening doors to remote work, entrepreneurship, and global opportunities for Nigerian talent. The agency has also paid attention to the public sector. Training civil servants in digital competence is an important step towards modernizing governance and improving service delivery. A digitally skilled workforce within government institutions can contribute to efficiency, transparency, and faster public administration, inspiring a new culture of innovation. Beyond skills acquisition, NIDA's digital literacy drive is gradually shaping a stronger culture of innovation and technological awareness across Nigeria. The initiative is encouraging more Nigerians to see technology not just as entertainment or communication, but as a powerful tool for creativity, productivity, and national progress. Across schools, workplaces, and communities, conversations around digital transformation are becoming more common. Young Nigerians are showing greater interest in software development, data entrepreneurship, online learning, and emerging technologies. This growing enthusiasm reflects the wider impact of NIDA's awareness campaigns and nationwide engagement efforts. The program is also helping to redefine the country's future ambitions. For many years, Nigeria's development conversations centered heavily on natural resources and traditional industries. Today, digital innovation is increasingly viewed as a pathway to global relevance and economic competitiveness. NIDA deserves credits for helping to drive that shift in mindset. Another notable impact is a sense of possibility the initiative creates for the next generation. As more citizens gain confidence in using digital tools, opportunities for collaboration, creativity, and self-development continue to expand. The idea of a tech-skilled Nigeria is no longer seen as a distant dream, but as an achievable national goal already taking shape. In many ways, NIDA's push for digital literacy represents more than a government program. It symbolizes a modern vision for Nigeria, one that embraces knowledge, innovation, and inclusion as pillars of future growth. If sustained and properly supported, NIDA's digital literacy campaign could become a defining pillar of Nigerians' future development. In a century increasingly shaped by innovation, data, and digital knowledge, building a tech-skilled population will prove to be one of Nigerians' greatest investments.
This is NIDA Impact, your guide to a digital Nigeria.
Our tech tips for the week is on network safety, especially Wi-Fi use. This is about how data moves between your device and the internet. Tips: avoid using public Wi-Fi for banking or sensitive logins. If necessary, use a VPN. Secure your home Wi-Fi with WPA3 or WPA2 encryption and a strong password. Change router default login credentials immediately.
This is NIDA Impact, your guide to a digital Nigeria.
Up next is Innovation Hub.
My name is Machi Owanajak. And for our solution, I was a product research and a team member where we were working on the smart ID for NITDA. And basically, we're just trying to combine all of these IDs into one: identification, access, or business sharing, complementary cards into one solution for easy tracking, right? For you to be able to just go out with one single card and then you can use that card for every single thing instead of having to juggle multiple cards. So for our team, it was quite a bit of a struggle for us because we had to do some research. Obviously, we had to do continuous research, continuous testing to ensure that our solution can work with the existing system. But all along, it was great. It was a learning process for us, and we would like to thank the DG for that opportunity to collaborate on this project. It gave us the opportunity to also learn things that, on a normal day, I won't be sitting down researching NFC cards and frequencies and all of those things. So this innovation challenge was an actual challenge for me because I got to learn things, I got to push my boundaries. So we're hoping to see next challenge and see what we can bring forth. Thank you.
This is NIDA Impact, your guide to a digital Nigeria.
In many ways, NITDA's push for digital literacy represents more than a government program. It symbolizes a modern vision for Nigeria, one that embraces knowledge, innovation, and inclusion as pillars of future growth. If sustained and properly supported, NITDA's digital literacy campaign could become a defining pillar of Nigeria's future development. In a century increasingly shaped by innovation, data, and digital knowledge, building a tech-skilled population may prove to be one of Nigeria's greatest investments. To learn more about NITDA's initiatives and how you can benefit from them, kindly log on to our website at www.nida.gov.ng or all our social media handles displayed right on your screen. Until next time, our special appreciation goes to the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, the Director General of NITDA, Kashifu Inuwa Abdullahi, CCIE, and the entire management and staff of NITDA for this program. I am King Wabuke. Thanks for watching.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
credible information and reporting suspicious activities.
Safe return of all those in captivity remains a national priority. Minister of Information and National Orientation Mohammed Idris stresses as he addresses media on national security.
We would like this committee to help us to establish a special Federal Character Commission tribunal.
End to recruitment irregularities in federal civil service. Senate cautions Federal Character Commission over alleged job racketeering.
Very soon we'll start with our neighboring countries, Niger. From there we move to the other African countries.
Tested, trusted and certified. More than 200 Nigerian SMEs now ready for trade beyond borders. A very good evening and welcome to NTA Network News. I am Juma Yusuf. Adejoke Odeka is in our Lagos Center and she will bring us highlights of events from that zone. And on business news, Busy Benny is here in our Abuja studio on standby, while Francisca Bele has news updates in the world of sports. Thanks so much for joining us. Now the presidency has insisted that the safe return of all those in captivity is now a national priority. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, stated while briefing the media on the escalating security situation in Nigeria. Saliu Abdullahi Gwadara reports.
For decades now, Nigeria has been battling complex security challenges with recent cases of kidnapping undermining ongoing efforts by the security operatives. The government spokesman, alongside spokespersons of all security agencies in Nigeria, are here for an update on the new strategy being adopted to guarantee peace.
What distinguishes the Tinubu's administration response is not merely the deployment of force, but the adoption of comprehensive, intelligence-led approach to national security, combined with an ongoing and long overdue overhaul of the nation's security architecture. One of the pillars of this overhaul is the determined implementation of state policing that is dynamic, flexible, and fit for purpose, one that truly empowers and secures local communities across the length and breadth of our nation.
He highlighted improved economy and effective implementation of the rule of law as enduring solutions to insecurity.
At the same time, all citizens, regardless of their political affiliation, must work closely with the government and security agencies by sharing credible information and reporting suspicious activities. Defeating terrorism requires a whole of society approach. Nigeria must remain secure and united because only in an atmosphere of peace and stability can our democracy, economy, media, national aspirations continue to flourish.
Security agencies cannot respond just to political demands or to popular outcry. They must use their best training to do threat assessment and to know when it is time to move in. So these are the angles that the public do not always understand in the difficult work of security planning. And this is what is happening even today.
But let me reassure Nigerians that wherever terrorists are, anybody who takes up arms against Nigeria, the Nigerian armed forces will fish him out and he will be neutralized.
However, all Nigerians should be rest assured that the federal government and all the security agencies are doing the needful.
It's quite unfortunate, the incident that happened in Oyo State, and we can see NFDC and other agencies, we are really working hard to get to the root of the matter.
There is a call for all to unite against terror. In Abuja, Salihu Abdullahi Gwanara, NTA News.
Significant progress has been made towards establishing state police with a constitutional amendment expected soon, following months of consultations among the executive, the National Assembly and security authorities. The Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, disclosed this while briefing State House correspondents after a consultative meeting on state police convened by the presidency at the State House, Abuja. Gbajabiamila said deliberations on the proposed state police framework began several months ago following a directive by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, noting that the process has gained considerable traction. He explained that establishing state police requires careful consideration of constitutional and legal issues and cannot be implemented hastily.
Establishing the state police is not something that you do with a wave of the hand or a snap of a finger. There's a lot involved in terms of constitution and legalities. And thank God now a lot of traction. We've gained a lot of traction. Hopefully the amendment will come shortly, and then the details of the amendment will come after that. Right now, what we're looking at is the constitutional amendment itself, and then the enabling law will follow thereafter. So that's what we've been deliberating on in the last couple of hours, and hopefully we know that there's a national consensus on the establishment of a state police. I don't think there is any debate on that. It is something that the president has wanted and has been talking about for some time, since last year. And he will be giving a full report on this meeting and the outcome of this meeting.
The meeting is part of a series of consultations convened by the federal government to develop a workable framework for the establishment of state police, an initiative aimed at strengthening internal security, improving local intelligence gathering, and enhancing the capacity of sub-national governments to address emerging security challenges across the country. President Tinubu has maintained in the last few months that state police is a necessary response to Nigeria's evolving security challenges, advocating that a decentralized policing structure would strengthen grassroots security, enhance intelligence gathering, and improve the protection of lives and property across the country. The meeting was attended by the Deputy President of the Senate, Jibrin Barrow, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, and the Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, among other senior government officials. And still talking security, the Oyo State Police Command debunked the viral messages currently circulating across various social media platforms alleging that the pupils and teachers abducted from Aharo, Esele, and Yowata communities in Oriri local government area of Oyo State have been released by their abductors. In a release by the Command Police Public Relations Officer, the command states unequivocally that the claim is false, misleading, and entirely unsubstantiated, and as of the time of the release, there has been no such development, and members of the public are advised to disregard the report in its entirety. The command wishes to reassure the people of Oyo State and the families of the victims that intensive and coordinated rescue operations remain ongoing. Security operatives are working tirelessly, deploying all available human and operational resources to ensure the safe rescue of the abducted pupils and teachers unharmed, reunification with their families, and the apprehension and prosecution of all those responsible for the heinous act. The command cautions individuals and groups against the dissemination of false information and unverified reports capable of causing panic, heightening public anxiety, undermining ongoing security operations, and threatening public peace and order. And the FCT Police Command has refuted reports of an alleged kidnapping incident said to have occurred at Phase 1 Primary School, Bagalape, Abuja. The command's public relations officer, SP Josephine Adi, said the Nyanya division received a distress call alleging an ongoing kidnapping incident at the school. This prompted the DPO of Nyanya division to immediately mobilize officers and surveillance teams to the scene. Preliminary investigations revealed that students had suddenly started shouting the word kidnappers and running out of the school premises, causing panic among teachers and community members. Consequently, officers of the officers condoned of the school premises and conducted a thorough search while also questioning persons within and around the area. The police affirmed that no kidnapping incident was established, no suspect was cited, and no victim was identified. The surrounding hills, boundaries, and adjoining areas were patrolled and searched, while nearby schools were all visited as part of precautionary security measures. The command urged members of the public to remain calm and refrain from spreading unverified information capable of creating unnecessary panic and tension within the community. Kogi State Police Command is assuring school administrators in the state of adequate security to make school environment conducive for learning. This was at an emergency security meeting with stakeholders in Lokoja. Solomon Ayedehin reports.
Drop of recent happenings in parts of the country, particularly the abduction of school children and teachers in some states of the Federation. The meeting is to bridge the gaps and strengthen collaboration with stakeholders in school management to prevent its reoccurrence in Kogi State. Issues raised include perimeter fencing, illegal mining activities, and the menace of drug abuse. Stakeholders also advocate the engagement of local vigilantes to strengthen security in and around school environments.
We have come up with so many suggestions that we feel can move the state schools forward.
A collection of the hotspots we have today will show you that there are some mining activities in those communities, in those areas.
There should be a kind of technical training organized for teachers and principals of schools. When this is there, the idea of how to track criminals, how to trap them, will be made possible.
How the police and also the government can organize training to the school management in terms of providing security officers in those schools so that they will be able to identify warning signals in advance and alert the security agencies so that proactive measures can be taken.
Stakeholders resolve to form a common front while hoping of government to continue to prioritize the safety of institutions of learning across the state. In Lokoja, Solomon Ayedehi, NTA News.
Now, the conflicts in Liberia and Sierra Leone are among the most significant peace enforcement operations in West Africa's history. As regional instability threatens security across the sub-region, Nigeria led efforts through ECOMOG to restore peace and democratic order. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa reports that decades later, the Army War College Nigeria is reflecting on the lessons from those interventions and their relevance to contemporary security challenges.
From Sierra Leone to Liberia, Nigeria's role in ECOMOG peace support operations remains a defining chapter in regional security. Beyond contributing the largest contingent of troops and military assets, Nigeria played a critical role in restoring peace, stability, and democratic governance in both countries.
The Liberia-Sierra Leone experience.
At this symposium on Nigeria's participation in ECOMOG, organized by the Army War College Nigeria, discussions focused on the root causes of the conflicts.
These operations tested our capacity for coalition warfare, operational art, civil-military coordination and intervention under complex and often fluid conditions. It is therefore essential that we critically examine these experiences to inform current doctrine. The Liberia-Sierra Leone experience has taught us that without tackling the socio-economic and political grievances among the people, we cannot have a peaceful coexistence in communities in developing countries.
The symposium forms part of the college history scheme, designed to draw from past military experiences to drive innovation, particularly indigenous capability development, a critical element of modern warfare. In Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
There'll be more news after the break. Do stay.
Invite honorable ministers, permanent secretaries, top government functionaries, and members of the diplomatic corps to the special Juma'at service and interdenominational church service for Nigeria's 27th Democracy Day celebration as follows. Date, Friday, 5th June 2026. Special Juma'at prayer. Time, 1 p.m. Venue, National Mosque, Abuja. Sunday, 7th June 2026. Interdenominational church service. Time, 3 p.m. Venue, National Christian Center, Abuja. Announcer, Dr. Ibrahim Abubakar Kana, MNI, Permanent Secretary, General Services Office. 4. Secretary to the Government of the Federation.
In the beating heart of Owerri, business never sleeps. From sunrise to sundown, the wheels keep turning. And behind the scenes, vision meets action. Governor Hope Uzodimma's leadership has turned manifestos into reality, transformations that feel like a miracle. But progress needs peace, and in Imo, it's not left to chance. From land to sky to river deep, guardians are watching, protecting dreams and opportunity. At Orashi's quiet shore, hydropower is rising, set to energize a growing economy. The change is visible. New roads emerge, industry hums, communities come alive. At the center, a digital revolution. 500,000 young minds trained each year to build the future. As Orashi rises, so does Imo and the hopes of a hard-working people. A new Imo is on the rise.
Abuja is rising. The Federal Capital Territory is moving forward with purpose, progress, and renewed hope. Join the Federal Capital Territory Administration as we celebrate the commissioning of 27 landmark projects and the flag-off of 2 new ones under the visionary leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, by the Honorable Minister of the FCT, His Excellency Barrister Nyesom Ezenwo-Wike, CON, and Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmood, in commemoration of the 3rd anniversary of the administration of Mr. President, champion of the renewed hope agenda and the commemoration of 50 years of the Federal Capital Territory. From June 8th to July 17th, 2026, witness the commissioning of completed transformative projects designed to strengthen infrastructure and democratic institutions, improve livelihoods, and modernize Nigeria's capital city. Projects and landmark events include over 20 major roads, interchanges, and bridges covering more than 100 kilometers across the FCT, expanded water supply to satellite towns, the magnificent Court of Appeal Complex Abuja Division, new staff quarters of the Nigerian Law School, Wari, ultra-modern office annex for the body of benchers, modern judges' quarters, remodeled Abuja City Gate, launch of the sales office and experience center of the Abuja City Work Development, and the unveiling of Abuja at 50 Compendium, celebrating the history, growth, achievements, and future vision of Nigeria's Federal Capital Territory. And many more impactful people-oriented projects aimed at improving mobility, housing, justice delivery, public service, and the overall quality of life for residents. This is progress you can see. This is development you can feel. This is the renewed hope agenda in action. Come and be part of history as the President, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, redefines development in the FCT. The Federal Capital Territory Administration, building infrastructure, preserving history, empowering communities, transforming lives.
If it is valuable, you protect it. Your money, your home, your reputation. In the same way, your personal information is valuable. When not protected, it can be misused, leading to fraud, identity theft, and lasting harm. If you experience a data privacy breach or misuse of your personal information, report immediately to the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, NDPC, via info@ndpc.gov.ng. Every organization that collects and processes data are known as data controllers and data processors and required to comply with the provisions of the Nigeria Data Protection Act 2023, which include registration and renewal with the NDPC. Kindly note that the NDP Act compliance audit for year 2025 is ongoing. Ensure compliance to avoid sanctions, fines, and operational disruptions. Visit services.ndpc.gov.ng. This announcement is from the NDPC, Nigeria Data Protection Commission, championing privacy rights.
Our bodies get serums, washes, lotions, cleansers, scrubs, but underarms only get deodorant? That's why our new breakthrough formula contains pure hyaluron and vitamin C to deeply care for your underarms for a softer and even skin tone in 2 weeks. With 72 hours sweat and odor protection, try the new Nivea Derma Control Natural Tone because your underarms deserve more. Nivea is for skin.
Thanks for rejoining us. The Senate Committee on Federal Character has raised eyebrows over allegations of recruitment irregularities and job racketeering in the Federal Civil Service. This came to the fore at an interactive meeting between the committee and management of the commission. Chairman of the committee, Senator Ede Dafinone, emphasized that the committee will not fold its arms and allow such infractions, insisting that fairness and accountability must be used as a yardstick in federal appointments.
institutions entrusted with safeguarding equity must themselves remain above reproach. This committee is also concerned about loopholes that enable some MDAs to circumvent established recruitment procedures, including the manipulation of nominal roles and the misuse of waiver provisions.
If it is possible, we would like this committee to help us to establish a special Federal Character Commission tribunal. This will fast-track the prosecution of those who fail to comply strictly with the federal character principles.
In the meantime, the House of Representatives has called for strict compliance with constitutional provisions regulating political participation by public servants, insisting that those seeking elective offices must first resign their appointments. National Assembly correspondent Ignatius Unko tells us more.
The last plenary of the week took off with political issues, specifically on the recently concluded party primaries. Members identified moves to undermine the Electoral Act provisions on public servants and political participation. A motion called for investigation against a reported case of a public servant who is alleged to have violated that provision.
A dangerous precedent that promotes rascality in public service and National Assembly agencies in particular will be established if urgent action is not taken to address the anomalies.
This motion is referred to the Committee on Legislative Library Research and Documentation for further legislative action.
Discussions on the appointment of minority leader degenerated into a rowdy session. It all started when a member from Benue State, Philip Abwese, accused Ikenga Ugochiyere of listing him among supporters of his bid for minority leader without his consent.
And I feel that my legislative privilege has been breached because this amounts to forgery for my signature to be used for purposes which not intended for.
Mr. Speaker, my brother arrived from Benue late for our meeting, met me in the office, and voluntarily, on his own and independently, pledged and signed my nomination for the post of minority leader.
I never did, Mr. Ikenga.
Mr. Speaker.
Eventually, the Speaker maintained his position that he will personally investigate the matter and brief the House in the next plenary.
Honorable Abese, your observations and complaints are duly noted. We will take action on the issue you have raised in due course.
The House cautioned government organizations against rejecting national core members. 6 members defected: Mohammed Shehu, Aminu Garu, Sani Tanko, and Mansour Soro, all from Bauchi State, left PDP for APM. Jeremiah Omaru from Nasarawa State moved to SDP from APC, while Adamu Hashimu, also from Bauchi State, said goodbye to APM and joined PRP. From the National Assembly, Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission is strengthening collaboration with the media to improve voter education towards a credible August 15, 2026 Osun governorship election. Kayode Oladosun reports on such efforts by ANEC.
Recognizing the crucial role of the media in shaping public perception and deepening democratic participation, heads of conventional media organizations in Osun State converged with the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for a voter education and publicity dialogue ahead of the August 15 governorship election.
Effective collaboration between INEC and the media is essential for the success of the election. We must establish and strengthen clear coordination mechanisms that will ensure seamless information flow before, during, and after the election. With regards to Commission readiness, Commission commits to delivering on its constitutional mandate.
And we must work together deliberately and without complacency to mitigate anything that will undermine INEC's efforts.
Participants at the dialogue emphasized that responsible media coverage remains essential to building public confidence and encouraging wider participation in democratic process. In Osogbo, Femi Afariogun, NTA News.
That was Femi Afariogun with our report. And now the House of Representatives is supporting the candidacy of Nigerian-born United Kingdom nominee Professor Dapo Akande for a seat at the International Court of Justice for the 2027 to 2036 term. The endorsement was announced by the Deputy Speaker of the House, Benjamin Kalu, when he granted audience to Professor Akande and officials of the British High Commission who visited the National Assembly. Kalu described the nomination as a recognition of shared legal values and said Africa's presence on the world's highest judicial bench is a matter of justice, not sentiment. He commended Akande's academic and professional record, acknowledging his contributions to international law and global institutions.
For this election, which will take place later this year. I'm very grateful and honored to be able to meet with all of you.
You are not British, maybe by naturalization, but by birth, we see you as Nigerian. You have really displayed competence, excellence in all the things you have done. When the world looks at the candidates before it, it will find Professor Dapo Akande, a scholar formed in Nigeria and carrying the endorsement of one of the world's most consequential democracies. Nigeria looks at that with pride, and we trust that the members of the General Assembly will look at it with the seriousness it deserves.
And talking health, patients in Kano and across the northwest will no longer travel long distances for critical medical scans as the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC Limited, through its social investment arm, the NNPC Foundation, inaugurated a state-of-the-art MRI machine at the National Orthopedic Hospital, Dala, Kano. Elizabeth Yila Lamido reports that the intervention is expected to improve access to advanced diagnostic services and strengthen healthcare delivery in the region.
The inauguration ceremony brought together government officials, healthcare stakeholders, and representatives of NNPC Limited, who described the intervention as part of the company's broader social investment drive to strengthen critical national institutions and expand access to quality healthcare services. Representative of the Group Chief Executive Officer, NNPC Limited, Bashir Bayo Ojulari, reaffirmed that the project reflects its commitment, noting that the NNPC Foundation will continue to invest in sustainable healthcare initiatives across the country.
We just came on board 3 years ago, and that's why you see the impact is reverberating. In its 3 years of existence, it's been called the most responsible company all across Africa. Most people are knowing NNPC, not just for the hydrocarbon and energy we supply, but also for the human factor and also social interventions in human lives.
Kano State Government and the hospital management described the donation as a major milestone, assuring that the MRI system will be properly utilized and maintained for the benefit of patients.
Now that Kano State has this, it will improve our ability to detect diseases early and to diagnose accurately in Kano.
Almost every patient that comes to the spine center must have an MRI. Now the patient has to go some distance at a higher cost. Now he just comes in, wheel in here, get it done, and then the treatment is done immediately. So that is a big advantage. So we will now continue to thank the NNPC Foundation and NNPC as a whole.
The installed 1.5 Tesla GE MRI machine was officially handed over to the hospital management with assurances of proper maintenance and responsible use to ensure long-term benefits for patients across the region. In Kano, Elizabeth Yilalamido, NTA News.
The Chief of Staff to the President, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, has described the Minister of State designate for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Shola Enikan-Olaye, as a national asset. The Chief of Staff made the remarks at the State House during a send-off ceremony organized by his office in honor of the Minister designate, who was hitherto a senior special assistant to the President on Foreign Affairs and International Relations. He expressed confidence in him and his ability to excel in his new role and contribute significantly to Nigeria's diplomatic engagements. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed the career diplomat and former permanent secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as Minister of State for Foreign Affairs on April 29, 2026, after he had served for 3 years as an SSA. While commending President Tinubu for elevating the ambassador, Bajabia Mila extolled the institutional capacity of the minister-designate, noting that the nation stands to benefit immensely from his wealth of knowledge and experience in diplomacy and international relations. In a statement by the State House Director of Information and Public Relations, Abiodun Oladujoye, the minister-designate thanked President Tinubu for finding him worthy to serve first as an SSA and now as a Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. And in the world of leadership and decision-making, influence is often quite strategic and deliberate. At the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations FCT chapter May General Meeting, former Chairman NIPR Abuja chapter Dr. Joe Ita shared insights on strategic PR and my journey with CEOs. Haman Jabani tells us more.
Managing upwards play a vital role in shaping perception at the executive level, facilitating effective communication between leadership and teams, building productive leadership, and ultimately enabling organizational success. And when properly applied, it ensures that decisions are better informed and aligned with organizational goals. This is why in his presentation, Dr. Joe Ita says managing upwards is a critical internal public relations function that strengthens organizations rather than manipulating leadership. He further described the modern PR professionals as a chief translation officer whose responsibility goes beyond crafting messages to interpreting and aligning leadership vision with operational realities. Drawing from his experience working closely with CEOs, he noted that PR professionals must translate vision into actionable steps, bring order to complexity, and turn strategy into measurable outcomes that drives growth and efficiency.
It's a place to be able to guide him, work with him, make suggestions to him in a very mild and amicable way, in such a way that at the end of the day, he works with you to achieve the organizational goals that you intend to.
Members shared perspectives, asked questions, and made valuable inputs on the practical application of managing upwards in public relations in both public and private sector organizations, while highlighting the need for continuous professional development and ethical practice in navigating leadership dynamics. The forum called for a renewed commitment among members to strengthen their strategic role within organizations, reinforce the importance of public relations as a key driver of effective leadership and organizational success. Various committees presented reports, and members were urged to position themselves as trusted advisors within leadership structure. Haman Jabani, NTA News.
Time now to join Adejoke in our Lagos Network studio for more on NTA Network News. Hello, it's good to see you.
Thank you and welcome to Lagos. Nigerian Navy has in the last 70 years evolved into a force to be reckoned with among the Committee of Nations dominating the nation's territorial waters and international maritime routes like the Gulf of Guinea. Joe Popola, who was on board Nigerian Navy ship cadre for the International Fleet Review and International Maritime Exercise, reports that the authorities say the nation's maritime asset and capability has reposed confidence in Nigeria maritime sector with assurance of security day and night.
For a 70-year-old institution like the Nigerian Navy, it is always ready to demonstrate capacity at all times, whether on smooth or stormy sea. The Nigerian Navy has remained resilient, protecting the nation with pride. 24 ships, including NNS Kada, participated in the International Fleet Review. It is not just a routine exercise, it happens once in a blue moon, an honor to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Bola Tinubu, and a showcase of some of the naval assets. The Special Boat Service Team, a special squad in charge of maritime security, displayed their dexterity in anti-piracy operations. The Nigerian Navy says the fleet review and the international maritime exercise has placed Nigeria at a vantage position among navies in Africa.
Like I said, the maritime environment by nature is transnational. So any effort to bring stakeholders together to exercise is a significant step towards achieving the overall aim of securing the maritime space.
The event also featured the Man and Chair, which is a salute to the President and a symbolic celebration of the Navy at 70. Senior Navy officials described the exercise as a remarkable success.
We achieved the dominance aspect. We also exercised the ships on various evolutions or naval practices, including vessel board search and seizure, including aspects like communication exercise.
We carried out several activities: emergency drills, firefighting, man overboard procedures, visit board search and seizure. This is to also reduce criminality as much as possible.
From the exercise, Nigeria has made a bold statement in ensuring maritime security. In Lagos, Joel Okbola, NTA News.
And now to health. From the 2014 Zaire strain of the Ebola virus to COVID-19 and now the more dangerous Bundibuju strain of Ebola, the journeys have been scary. This new strain is gradually spreading in parts of Africa and Nigeria. One of the countries at risk is stepping up measures to prevent a possible outbreak. With Lagos serving as one of the country's busiest international gateways, authorities are strengthening surveillance and emergency response systems. Hingino John Adams reports.
The memories remain vivid. In 2014, fear gripped Nigeria as Ebola virus crossed its borders, causing anxiety, uncertainty, and even public health emergency.
Nigeria successfully contained the outbreak and earned global recognition for its response. Years later, the COVID-19 pandemic reinforced the importance of hygiene, screening, and public health vigilance. But most of the safety measures were forgotten after the country successfully contained the virus. Today, with renewed Ebola concerns in parts of Africa, authorities are leaving no chance to the virus. At the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, alongside other relevant agencies, are intensifying surveillance, reviewing emergency response plans, and strengthening screening procedures for passengers.
We have the monitoring device to check their temperature, look out for symptoms, and wherever there is any sign, such passengers are isolated and are sent for secondary checks. The NCAA just recently issued a directive, some kind of advisory. And what that means is that every passenger coming into the country right now would have to complete the mandatory health declaration.
Prevention is now becoming everybody's business. And what we are doing in NEMA is to really awaken people's interest in the area of the culture of preparedness.
Though no Ebola case has been confirmed in Nigeria, officials stress that preparedness remains the strongest line of defense. In Lagos, Hinginu John Adams, NTA News.
That's it from Lagos. Network News will continue in Abuja with the business news segment after the break.
For you, every day is day one. Day one for you to give 100. 100 on the tracks, on the road, at work, Because it's your job to give your all. 100 with the gang. And on the dance floor. Truth is, you're not wired to give less. Your future is now. So live it real, loud, full and free. You live it 100.
TerraQ, now available in crayfish. TerraQ, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
When malaria knocks you down, you can be sure parasites are having a party in your system.
Welcome to our new kingdom, guys!
Comel, an effective weapon against malaria.
Comel!
Attacking the parasite army directly to give you express relief and get you back on your feet effectively. Comel on. Malaria gone.
Oh, remember how mom used to wake up before everybody to make breakfast, iron our uniform, and surprise that woman with something special.
Treasure Mom this 2026 with a trip to Zanzibar in the 3 Crowns Mom of the Year competition. Write a note using each letter in your mom's name and upload with a photo of 5,000 Naira worth of 3 Crowns products on our website or at any of our collection centers. T's and C's apply. 3 Crowns Milk. Healthy moms, happy families.
Shield your families from germs. When Dettol is a part of every household bucket, then you and your family can stay protected from up to 100 illness-causing germs.
Everyday use of Dettol keeps my loved ones protected.
The world needs moms. With a splash of Golden Terra Oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please. Resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty family meals is all that matters. Where there are moms, there is love. Golden Terra Oil, pour pure love.
Introducing the new Jig Sachet. Whitening your whites has never been more affordable. Now you can keep whites shining brighter and disinfect by killing 99.9% of germs on your floors and other surfaces. Just jig it with Jig Sachet.
Some say learning is fun, but as a mom, I see how demanding it can be for my child. That's why I ensure he starts every day with a cup of Bonvita. Bonvita, prepare them to win every day.
This world is
The management and staff of Abike Integrated Ventures Limited announced the glorious passing of Mrs. Abike Amusa Yusuf, fondly known as Iyalade Oyo, who transited to eternal glory on April 26, 2026 and was laid to rest on April 27, 2026, aged 80 years. A burial ceremony in her honor will be held as follows. Dates: June 6, 2026, time 12 noon. Venue: Havana Royals Hall, University of Ibadan, Oyo State. She is survived by her children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, among whom is her esteemed chairman and managing director, Pastor Bola Amusa. Adieu, Mama Abike Abike Ogo.
With gratitude to God Almighty for life well lived, the entire Mefo family of Abom Village, Umudioka, Dunukofia Local Government Area, Anambra State, cordially invites the public to the burial cum funeral ceremony of their father, brother, husband, uncle, grandfather, and cousin, late Engineer Godson Chukwuwike Mefo, aged 88. Burial arrangement: Friday, 5th June, 7 a.m. Body leaves Iyenu Hospital to his home. 10 a.m. Burial service at St. Michael's Church, Umudioka. Interment follows immediately at his compound. Condolence visits by relations, friends, and well-wishers. Sunday, 7th June, 2026, 9 a.m. Post-burial Thanksgiving service at St. Michael's Church, Umudioka. Daddy, may your gentle soul rest in peace in the bosom of the Lord. Amen. Announcer, Tochku Mefo for the family.
Good to have you here at this time.
Now, the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment has reaffirmed the importance of green investments and sustainable transportation as stakeholders met in Abuja to review findings from an electric mobility study focused on Nigeria's informal transport sector. Musa Abubakar has more on that.
Nigeria, the shift to cleaner transport is gaining momentum. To this end, the federal government has welcomed findings presented by carbon assets under the Partnership for Agile Governance and Climate Engagement, which highlight the growing readiness of tricycle operators in Kano, Kaduna, and Jigawa states to embrace electric mobility.
With this electrification, then they don't need to be spending huge amount of money in buying fuel.
Private sector, government, to be able to work together to make sure that the business environment is working.
Can move from the carbon emission, the effect this has, the health.
The study identifies key investment, policy and infrastructure requirements for scaling e-mobility across the region. Stakeholders say the transition could reduce emissions, improve air quality, create green jobs, and attract climate finance. In Abuja, Musa Abubakar, NTA News.
How the Nigeria Export Processing Zones Authority, NABZA, and 20 other federal agencies have made firm commitments to integrate and adopt the Revenue Optimization and Assurance Platform and the Federal Treasury e-Receipt, all aimed at improving overall transparency in federal government financial operations. This was at a meeting with the Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, and the chief executive officers of 21 affected agencies. The new revenue optimization platform was approved by the Federal Executive Council to eliminate day-to-day financial fraud and to advance the financial transparency initiative of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. The minister, through the ministry's permanent secretary, Mohammed Sanusi, reminded the CEOs that the new revenue monitoring platform was created by the government to comprehensively record its revenue and expenses. A total of 31 MDAs had already gone live on the platform, with 21 more agencies ready to come on board, as the government is working assiduously to achieve 100% financial probity before the end of the year. A look at the market at this time. The Nigerian stock market took a bit of a breather today with fewer activities compared to what happened yesterday, being Wednesday. Investors traded a total of 588 million shares worth about 27.8 billion naira in over 53,000 transactions. When you compare this to yesterday, the energy in the market dropped. The number of shares traded fell by 36%. The total money spent went down by 24%, and the number of individual deals dropped by 17%. Even with the quiet day, the total value of all companies listed on the exchange stands at a massive 155.4 trillion naira. That is it on business at this time. Jumai, you can take it from here.
Thank you, Benny. And still talking business. For decades, the biggest threat to African trade has not been tariffs or borders. It has been standards. But that is about to change following the unveiling of African Quality Mark for eligible mark made in Nigerian products in Abuja. Benny Adams reports that the African Organization for Standardization, ARSO, alongside the Standards Organization of Nigeria, SON, are rewriting the rule book to unlock a market of 1.3 billion consumers. The report.
These are more than 200 MSMEs tested, trusted, and now certified to export beyond their borders. Their ambition is global, but the immediate target is continental. Under the African Continental Free Trade Area, the promise is to trade without borders.
Very soon we'll start with our neighboring countries, Niger. From there we move to the other African countries. I'm so excited that our airport has been recognized, and we'll do more to ensure that we have covered the Africa with our production.
With the presentation of Africa Dual Quality Mark for made in Nigeria products, part of the many barriers to trade is sorted.
For Nigerian manufacturers, this certification is a passport to expanded market access and greater continental acceptance.
ARSO and SON are aggressively harmonizing thousands of product standards, prioritizing agriculture, agro-processing, and emerging green manufacturing.
It assures consumers and trading partners that certified products satisfy agreed requirements for safety, quality, reliability, and performance across continents.
Then you are opening up a market of 1.4 billion of people.
Quality is not only in food production or in textile. Quality is also needed in politics, in governance.
Stakeholders believe that for Nigeria that seeks to expand its non-oil exports, adopting these unified benchmarks is not just about selling more within Africa, but it is about building a Made in Africa brand that can effortlessly bypass international trade barriers on the global stage. In Abuja, Benny Adams, NTA News.
We'll take another break. We'll be right back.
For you, every day is day one. Day one for you to give 100. 100 on the tracks, on the road, at work, cause it's your job to give your all. 100 with the gang. And on the dance floor. Truth is, you're not wired to give less. Your future is now. So live it real, loud, full and free. You live it 100.
My people, do you know that 1 is better than 10? Better than 10? Yes, so. Impossible. Let me show you that 1 is better than 10 with Harpic 10X. Toilets have stains, which bleach cannot clean. But Harpic is thicker and sticks better, which gives not 2, not 4, but 10 times better cleaning, leaving your toilet sparkling clean. Wow! You can now see that 1 is better than 10!
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead demands peak performance from our bodies.
Like never before, our bodies need an optimum supply of essential nutrients, and Supermalt supports our daily nutritional needs.
Supermalt has 20 essential vitamins, minerals, and natural extracts for overall health and wellness. 1 Supermalt a day gives you energy and vitality, improves your mental performance, and supports your immunity.
Once upon a time, there was a land plagued by blandness. Food had lost its flavor and there was nothing left to savor. Just then, the tastemaker arrives to restore taste to this land of blandness. All she did was sprinkle, stir, and serve. And from that day on, they knew one truth. All they need is sprinkle, stir, serve.
Tastemaker. Shield your families from germs. When Dettol is a part of every household bucket, then you and your family can stay protected from up to 100 illness-causing germs.
Everyday use of Dettol keeps my loved ones protected.
My skin, your shade of beautiful.
Introducing the new Jig Sachet. Whitening your whites has never been more affordable. Now you can keep whites shining brighter and disinfect by killing 99.9% of germs on your floors and other surfaces. Just jig it with Jig Sachet.
Guys, food is ready.
Cook to impress.
My husband's germ-filled journey to work and the sweaty journey back home. What else can give you all day long protection?
Germs are everywhere, but Dettol's 12-hour protector shield shields your family every day. Dettol, be 100% sure.
You're welcome back, and Francisca is standing by with the latest in the world of sports. Francisca.
Hello, Jumai. Welcome to Sports Updates. Now, the Handball Federation of Nigeria has taken another major step towards aligning the sport with international best practices following the successful nationwide screening and accreditation of technical personnel. Earlier today, the Federation officially handed over coaching licenses, referee badges, and certificates for distribution to qualified officials across the country. The exercise conducted between April and May captured 158 entries from 22 states and the FCT, including coaches, referees, table officials, and delegates. Federation President Saidu Jibril says the initiative ends years of non-conformity and establishes a structured accreditation system.
It's a great innovation that the new board is introducing, which will bring peace, harmony, fair play.
I deem it fit over time to see that there is a need for us to streamline the ways of doing our things by licensing us, because we are professionals.
This thing is, let me say, is mainly for the Southeast. Why do I say that? Because Southeast is backward. In the referees part of this game, there is no.
And now to football, Kenya gave away a first-half lead to settle for a 1-0 draw against Lesotho in the opening friendly of the June FIFA window on Thursday. Northern Ireland persevered in the Spanish heat to secure a 1-0 victory over Guinea, while Iran triumphed over Mali with a 2-0 win, marking a strong win as they sharpened their preparations for the upcoming World Cup. In another friendly, Slovenia managed to draw with Cyprus, earning a point only after the visitors were reduced to 10 players late in the match. Meanwhile, Panama triumphed over Dominican Republic with a 4-2 victory, with Kadri Barria netting the crucial fourth goal in the dying moment of the second half. This match showcased Panama's offensive strength, with several forwards finding a net throughout the game. So talking football, Liverpool has officially appointed Anthony Iraola as the new head coach, replacing Arne Slot in the Anfield position for the 2026-2027 season. The Merseyside club parted ways with Slot on Saturday, May 30, following a disappointing season where they finished 5th in the Premier League despite being the defending champions. Slot began his second season with high hopes after a successful title-winning debut, but the team ended up in 5th place. That's your sports. It's back to you, Jumai.
Fine. Thank you so much, Francisca. And weather update is next.
Weather forecast. The past 24 hours has been relatively calm in most parts of the country with no significant weather events recorded. However, the intertropical discontinuity is currently around latitude 16 degrees north. This means more moisture influx is expected into the country, creating favorable conditions for cloud development and rainfall activities, mostly across the northern and the north-central region of the country. So going into Friday, morning thunderstorms are expected in most parts of the northern region, the north-central, and some parts of the southern states. By afternoon and evening hours, these storms are expected to persist. So if you're stepping out, keep your umbrellas handy.
The weather update, we're on after time. With other weather update, we say thank you for being part of Network News tonight. We appreciate your time. Good night.
This is the network service of the NTA.
TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Welcome to Skill Up Nigeria, Industrial Training Fund's television program celebrating innovation, craftsmanship, and the skilled hands shaping our nation's future. Join us and share in our over 50-year journey of empowering Nigeria's workforce and impacting the nation's human resources. Tune in and connect with experts and skilled workers sharing real stories that inspire. Every Saturday at 10 p.m. on the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. Skill Up Nigeria, powered by ITF.
NTA Television College Rayfield Jos, a media hub with a pedigree of training professionals and non-professionals in the field of broadcasting and beyond. Invite aspiring broadcasters, media enthusiasts, and creative minds to register for our short courses for the first quarter of 2026. From the 2nd of February to the 13th of February 2026, the training will commence as follows. English grammar and pronunciation, 2 weeks. Basic presentation techniques, 2 weeks. Protocol and etiquette in an organization, 2 weeks. Basic drama techniques, 2 weeks. These courses are designed to equip participants with practical, market-ready skills, making them competitive in Nigeria's thriving media landscape. For registration details, course schedules, and more information, visit our website at www.ntatvcedu.ng or call these following numbers: 08033834343 or 08069809897. NTA Television College Rayfield Jos, your gate to media excellence. Announcer Management.
The counsel of our fathers.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days. You probably do not know what it is.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
You have no better friend and partner than Nigeria. Let this unveiling today be a call to conscience. Let our practitioners hold the line of truth. To the media, please inform with integrity and with a deep sense of patriotism. To our public officers, communicate with transparency. To citizens, please let us speak with empathy. Let us come together to become the voice of responsibility, the voice of the world that heals division, that inspires hope and drives development.
When nothing is good enough for you, when nothing except what you want will do, to you it must be worth something or nothing, nothing. In vanity you wallow, except you chase in shadows. You reject what's good for you, accept what you think is good for you. It must be worth something or nothing. You might end up with nothing. Ooh, it must be worth something or nothing. You might end up with nothing. Who you think you are? You must think you're a superstar. A superstar.
So now you have joined the League of Double Dating Association of Lagos Big Girls.
Samantha, I am not double dating.
So tell me about Celestine. Because if I recollect correctly, he's the only guy that you're supposed to be in a relationship with. You introduced him to us as your boyfriend.
So Celestine, you kept away for weeks. Never bothered to call to know how I am doing. Not even a message. And when you finally called, it's for you to ask me where I am. Huh? What do you even take me for?
What do you expect, Chinwe? What do you expect? Men are all the same. They just want to swallow you just because of little favor.
All men are not the same. Some are actually good. Okay. Seriously. Look at, what's his name? Tobias, our former neighbor. I can't count how many times I borrowed money from him. He gave me without demanding for anything.
Whoa. So you're also doing him?
Vivian.
Wait. Peter is the
mechanical engineer.
Engine what? Oh, girl. I've told you to stop with this, your unnecessary, undeserving, unwarranted fancy names. He's a mechanic. Mechanic. Common mechanic, okay?
Please marry me.
Cube is available in beef, chicken, jollof, and crayfish flavors in 50 cubes Saver Pack and 100 cubes Super Saver Pack.
Terra Cube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Is a useless fool. Can you imagine? Because I asked him for 1,500 naira. He said I should meet him at a hotel. Oh, Vivian, you're laughing. This thing is not funny. Seriously.
What do you expect, Chinwe? What do you expect? Men are all the same. They just want to swallow you just because of little favor.
I disagree. All men are not the same. Some are actually good. Okay. Seriously. Look at, what's his name? Tobias, our former neighbor. I can't count how many times I borrowed money from him. He gave me without demanding for anything.
Whoa. So you're also doing him?
Vivian.
I mean, well, if he wasn't asking for anything in return, that means he's not working. Yes, no.
Oh. Hey girls.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Is my friend in town?
Of course.
Okay. All right then. Sammy.
Hey babes.
Hey girl.
Oh.
What?
What's that? What's up? Oh no, it's shiny now.
I want you to check this out.
What's that?
Check it out.
Okay. Invitation card, wedding, or
check it out.
Peter.
Yes, Peter.
What happened to Celestine?
Celestine, Samantha, look, that guy is not serious. I had to go with who's ready and who cares.
Wait. Peter is the
mechanical engineer.
Engine what? Oh, girl. I've told you to stop with this, your unnecessary, undeserving, unwarranted fancy names. He's a mechanic. Mechanic. Common mechanic, okay?
Look, Samantha, that guy is a mechanical engineer.
Oh, God. There we go again. All right. So if one owns a drugstore, does that make the person a pharmacist? Or you serve coffee in the bank, does that make you a banker? Likewise, being under the car and getting yourself all muddied up by oil does not make you an engineer. Okay? Mechanical engineer. He's a mechanic. Bloody mechanic. Don't get it twisted. Okay? Mechanic. Should I spell it for you?
It's working. Oh, really? You sound so set, you know. So, how did you know since you guys were not dating?
Vivian, why are you suspecting me?
Tobias has a girlfriend, and I've seen him with her a couple of times. Yes. Listen, let's drop this. All men are not the same, period. I mean, I don't even know why we're making this a topic of discussion, really.
It is because you were lying about it.
Lying about what?
About you and Tobias, of course. Admit it, Chinwe. Admit what?
I mean, why should I admit what I didn't do? Listen, there are guys out there who will do things for you without demanding for sex in return. Why are you laughing? The way you're sounding, I think you've been very unfortunate. Yes, maybe all the men you meet always want to come in between your legs, but it's obviously not a general thing. I keep telling you, stop generalizing issues. Yes. You cannot lump every man into the same category. All men are not the same. Get that into your head.
Chinwe, the fat is still the fat. Okay?
Don't worry. I'm going to see Tobias very soon. And I'm going to ask him the relationship between both of you. You know men now, they're always very proud of their conquest. Don't worry. He's going to tell me the truth. You know now.
You don't have to wait till you see him. Okay, I have his new address. I'll give it to you. And now, so you can go and ask him all the questions you want to ask. What?
Nothing. I mean...
Is it a crime to know where he lives?
No, I didn't say anything, did I? You know where he stays and you guys are not dating. I don't know how that adds up. It's funny. Chinwe the Chinwe.
Honestly, if I didn't know you, I would have said there's something wrong with you. Something terribly wrong with you. Well, since you've decided that you want to marry this mechanic guy, count me out of it because I won't be attending your wedding. And I can't be your chief bridesmaid. Period.
Samantha, what is it? Honestly, you surprise me. Why are you just shouting around the whole place like you're the one getting married to Peter? Huh? Is it your marriage? Is it? Samantha, it's mine. Look, I love this guy, and that's what matters. Okay? See, that guy is understanding, a very understanding person. He's loving, caring, and sweet.
Okay, fine.
I want to spend the rest of my life with him.
So I went to see a client, but then I came back straight. There was no traffic. I said I'm at home. Look, if you don't come back on time, I'm going to leave you. Yes, it is a threat. Anyways, I prepared your favorite soup. Better hurry and come back. Okay, I'm going to put on my stopwatch and time you. Your time starts now, madam. Oh, God.
TerraCube is available in beef, chicken, jollof, and crayfish flavors in 50 cubes Saver Pack and 100 cubes Super Saver Pack.
TerraCube. Unwrap joy. Unleash taste.
Chinwe, you've told me to your cook, Abi. I'm in the kitchen cooking. You're here pressing your phone.
Vivian, what are you talking about? I did the cooking all alone yesterday. Nobody heard my voice.
But I was not feeling too well. We do the cooking together. That's the house rule.
Madam, I know the rules. Besides, there's nothing wrong with you doing the cooking alone. I mean, both of us cannot crowd the kitchen at the same time. What are you really doing? Come on, jollof rice, that you're making noise.
Rules are rules, okay? Even if I'm boiling water, we have to do it together. You've started again, Abby. You started. If I start mine, that's how you said Uncle Godwin gave you the key to the house, that I'm squatting.
Are you not squatting? Are you not squatting? Uncle Godwin handed over those keys to me and me alone. I'm only accommodating you here.
You're accommodating me?
Yes, I am accommodating you. So, my friend, go back into that kitchen. Whether it's jollof rice you're cooking, finish it and stop disturbing me.
I don't have your time. It's not your fault, Chinwe. It's not your fault at all.
I cooked yesterday. Nobody heard my voice. What kind of rubbish?
Hello? Franca, how now? Oh, I've been home for like 2 hours now. Franca, I beg. I'm not ready for this night now. What's my business with Betty and her mechanic husband? It's not my business now. Can we just drop the topic? Thank you. Good night. Oh wow, which kind of wahala this night? How is it even my business?
You are right now. You are.
Okay, I am. See, there is no need.
Betty, there is need for me to know what is bothering you. How do you think I'm going to sleep tonight when I know something is bothering you and you refuse to let me know? How do you feel? Right. It's fine. You can go since you don't want to tell me. It's okay.
Peter, I don't know, but a friend of mine thinks I'm making a mistake by getting married to you.
A friend of yours? Do I know him or her? Franca? Samantha?
None of them. She thinks we're rushing into marriage. She believes we're supposed to court for at least a year or thereabouts.
Baby, do you agree with her?
Honestly, I don't know. Just that I'm confused.
No. Baby, you don't need to be confused about anything. There are 3 cardinal pillars to marriage: love, understanding, and faithfulness. It doesn't matter how long we've dated. We can decide to get married in a week as long as we've made up our mind to spend the rest of our lives together. And as long as these 3 cardinal pillars are involved. I am not promising and everything will be rosy. But one thing I know, that marriages are not always rosy. Marriages are not always free from issues. But one thing is sure, that we will talk through whatever misunderstanding that we may have in the course of our marriage. And I am ready to meet this friend to promise her that we can do it by the grace of God.
No, Peter, no. You don't have to. I can always handle it.
Really?
Yes.
Come here. Thank you. Do you still want to go home this night?
Oh, yes, I have a client to catch up with very early tomorrow morning, close to my house.
All right, let me drop you off.
Okay.
Hello, who's talking?
It's Samantha, baby. Samantha.
What sacrifices are you willing to make?
Oh, come off it. I definitely know my place in her wedding. And it is not me smiling and standing beside some common mechanic and pretending that all is well, when it's obviously not. You know me very well now. And you know that pretense is not one of my greatest assets. It's not.
It's not like I'm pressuring you into marriage. I just want a man I can call my own. I'm not desperate, you know. Yes, I am young, but I am ready to settle down right now. Like this minute, if it like now.
So it's because of ordinary 2,000 naira you want to spoil our business?
Chinwe, you call 2,000 naira ordinary, but you're finding it very difficult to give it to me. You could have allowed me to call madam, so I would tell her what you did.
You're a witch.
You're the anointed witch.
Vincent, I just woke up. What do you want?
Okay, I wanted to talk to you about something. It's really important. I've been trying to reach you for a couple of weeks now, and most of the times I come back late from work and you're already in bed. Some other times it's vice versa. But I really want to tell...
Whatever you want to say to me, I don't want to hear it.
Could be fake, what you've been sold. It could be lies that you have been told. The truth is still untold. And when the future unfolds, you could be left out in the cold. For you, it must be worth something. Oh, or nothing, nothing. You forget that you could end up with nothing. You could end up with nothing, with nothing. Who do you think you are? You must think you're a superstar. Superstar, superstar, superstar. Nothing is good enough for you. Nothing is good enough. You think you're better than the rest, and deserve the best. Deserve the best. No, no. It may end up in regret. 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 You think you're the best, and deserve the best. No. No, it must be worth some. You go end up with nothing. Who do you think you are? You must think you're a superstar, a superstar, a superstar. Yeah. Nothing is good enough for you. Nothing is good enough for you, and deserve the best. Deserve the best. No, no, no. It may end up in regret. End up in regret. Yeah. It may end up in regret. It may end up in regret. It may end up in regret. End up. You think you're the best, and deserve the best.
This is the network service of the NTA.
In a world full of wonders, stories to be told. Mo on the Move, documentary gold.
Digging the precious stones, a daily affair for this family. The 4 square mills are made here. It's without any doubt the reflection of what keeps tens of thousands of families afloat here.
Traveling across lands, experiencing life in the lips and mouths, banishing all strife. Let Mo on the Move be your guide.
Stone throw further, their men taking the trade to another level. Now that the rains infiltrate their mines, the reservoirs come handy. But the women who paddle canoes of precious stones across the river, wash off the unwanted, and gather heaps of the stones for a meager take-home, stand atop. This is the story of the hidden hands processing precious stones and the home of solid minerals.
Mo on the Move, a journey so bold, from the heart of humanity to nature's grandeur. Every moment captured, an experience to savor. Mo on the Move, where curiosity meets delight. With every episode, our hearts take flight, exploring nature, information, and tourism too. Join us on this adventure just for you.
The home of solid minerals, not only expanding its horizons, but building enduring legacies for tomorrow.
Mo on the Move, an adventure so fast.
The fallout of a blossoming trinket of income plow back into the development of infrastructure. The mission is not that which glitters, but who paid the price. In search of the hands that burrow into the mineral-rich grounds, we hit the road to Wamba. Few minutes drive out of the city, the mining fields with warm reception. Here
I've also learned how to identify some, especially tin, and to show me how to make ends meet daily, a family digs the soil.
And the families don't have to use the most sophisticated devices to dig and identify the precious stones. Even the least member of the family have what it takes to pick out the stones. Following the contours left behind by the traces of the flowing rainwaters, you can easily pick grains of tin, and that was lesson 101 for me. For the men, the game is up. Pumping machines are utilized to recycle water, which is used to wash off the gang. With the shovels of the sand through the running water, the shaft are sorted out. But arriving here was not a journey for the faint-hearted. The heaps of sands here are dug and evacuated from dangerous holes deep into Mother Earth, a mission which can only be described by those who dare the consequences.
We normally mine tin from above the ground, and in most cases, we also dig deep into the earth. But we often get more yield when we dig. Still, there are some areas where tin can be found right on the surface. No need for the heavy work of digging. Now it's the wet season. The rain has filled many of our old pits with water. The ground has become slippery and dangerous, so we've had to change our approach. Instead of digging down, we now mine from above using simple tools, mostly shovels and sieves, to wash and filter heaps of sand with water. It's slower, but much safer for now. When we're digging, the work is tougher, We go down into the mine pits by squatting and crawling through narrow tunnels. Each miner follows his own path, focusing on his line of digging. As we dig, others help to push out and evacuate the tin-rich soil to the surface. Sometimes, two miners working underground may accidentally dig toward each other and meet. When that happens, both have to stop, leave a step or two between their tunnels, and turn to dig in opposite directions. That small space, just about a foot, is what prevents the pit from collapsing. We've learned over time that patience and space save lives. If those safety steps aren't followed, the tunnels can cave in, and it can be deadly. So, everyone has to be careful and cooperate. This kind of work takes strength, courage, and a bit of luck. Some days, we earn as much as 30,000 naira. That's around $35. Other days, it's far less. But for most of us, mining is what we know. It's our only source of income. We keep going, hoping for that lucky day when the tin will be plenty and the work will pay off.
With Wamba behind us, we headed to Jangwa, a peaceful enclave with massive potential to quench our thirst for food security. But our mission was a treasure of layers of coal and even gypsum lying fallow, a field by the bank of a river which tears Nasara out of Plateau State.
The home of solid minerals, they call it. I call it the land of plenty. A river flowing here, a divide between Plateau and Nasara State. That did not take much of my interest. What took much of my interest are the rice fields over there, green. And by this side, an abandoned coal mine. A coal mine telling the story of the riches of this country.
Huge resources here, but a blind eye left it to the coolers.
The history of Nigeria in terms of mining cannot be computed, and the history of even transportation in Nigeria cannot be computed without the coal. I could recall when mining started in Nigeria in the last part of the 1890s, and when railway started in Nigeria, the locomotive trains uses coal as a source of power. And in Nigeria, you remember the OG River coal, electricity station, they all use coal before the hydropower emerges in 1968. So, but the importance of this particular one is that when Nigeria was trying to move into industrialization, industrialization means you must have iron and steel, which we are able to earmark Ajakuta steel mill with the mines in Itakwe. You cannot do what we call the blast furnace process. You cannot process the iron, which is Fe2A3 or Fe3O4, which is hematite and magnetite, without a coal. But the kind of coal we have in Okpara mines in Enugu is of subbituminous ranking. It cannot be used in Ajakuta as a source of processing material for the heating activity. It was for that reason that exploration has to be begun in this particular area. The general area is called Obi Lafia Code, during the Lafia division. And to be precise, it's in Shangodi village. But unfortunately, in terms of literatures, nobody knows Shangodi. We only know about the Lafia Obi Code. That is the unfortunate situation. This coal I'm holding here is the best coal in Nigeria, which is bituminous ranking. It's next to what we call the anthracite, which in most cases from literature you can get it in Lizard District or Australia or in Canada, which is used in the steel industry. And because we have already gotten these bituminous, it was for that reason they set up what we call the Metallurgical Development Center in Jos as a beneficiating plant, so that pilot schemes were done there, so that this particular coal could be taken to Ajakuta, so that it will serve as a processing material, so that you eventually have a pure iron and then the residue, which is called slag in Ajakuta, which had it been all this is harnessed the same time, Nigeria will have been industrialized for the past 50 years. So that's the importance of here. But over the years, because of international politics, which we have the common word now, which is the slogan now, issue of climate change, climate change. But those people that brought issue of climate change are also using coal as a source of power in their various countries. So I think there's a need for us to think inwards now, to come back and unveil Jangwa. Initially, when it was first explored and to be exploited, which a lot of core drills were drilled, you could recall, you can see around that area, you see some core drill that was done by the then Mining Corporation and Coal Corporation, and subsequently done by Steel Raw Material Kaduna. They did some exploration wells here up to 300 meters. And they have already determined the classifier called coal blocks in this area. We have coal blocks, like the oil blocks, awaiting investors to come and key in. But because of the international policy issue of climate change, none. So, but I think since all these countries, especially during the Ukraine crisis and the rest, there was energy problem in Europe. So I think there's a need for us to come back here. And the technology here is that initially from the investigation, we are supposed to have hydraulic problem because the coal is on the surface. But if you are going to do the mining, it's going to be deep-seated underground mining. And you have so much water here in this place. You can see a lot of surface water. You have a lot of groundwater there. Despite the groundwater there could not be used for drinking because of acid mine drainage. But you need to do the mining. But the modern technology, you have pumps that can dewater and then stabilize the well, and then you are good to go. So I think this is an area that needs to be launder. If you go to Botswana, they have areas that are even as more challenging as this, and they have already moved it, and they are producing electricity in that.
But for the young generation, it's high time the sites become active.
We have an abundant coal here. So within the boundary of Plateau and Nasarawa State, the river is our boundary. So now we want government to come and do something.
Still within our local government area in Nasarawa State, Azara, a peaceful community. The ground here, the bedrock of barite.
Between Azara and Kumar in Awe local government area in Nasarawa State used to be a hub for the mining of barite. The defunct Nigeria Barite Company left a huge gap here, and the private hands now involved in mining these critical resources with very few resources to do it right. A boat like this is now involved in moving, these critical resources across rivers that are tributaries to the Benue here to waiting vehicles. Just look at it. Women here are also involved. They are, mining it from places and then put it into boats to waiting vehicles up there for uptakers.
A dead mining company gives a lifeline to women who do the dirty job of ferrying and washing the precious stone. One step at a time, one bowl of barite at a time, and before the end of the day or next, a truckload is gathered, and the reward for this hard job hardly takes the women home.
For example, they go to Kumar, load a tipper of barite, move it across by canoe, and we pay them 28,000 naira. That's just over $20 per truck.
Our road is not motorable. And as you can see, we have river here. To cross our routes from the other side to this side is very hard. It's not easy because we use canoe, and this small canoe is nothing that you can do. You can take as anything. So we just manage just like that. And we need government to come to our aid. So that the people of Usi will have the roads that will be that will come and cross to the other side. Usi is a community that has been blessed with mineral resources, a lot of mineral resources that has been discovered some years back. I can't remember many years back, like since 1992 around, up to date. And we are still having these mineral resources available everywhere you go in this community. And even in the houses, if you can cross to the extreme end of this community, you see that people of Usi are blessed that they are staying on the mineral resources everywhere. If you go to the bushes, we have places like Dogondaji. If you go to Kumar, and many places to be mentioned. Yes, we are blessed with those mineral resources, and we are happy because the community are getting a lot of income from these mineral resources.
But going by the submission of the local leadership of the area, better days are up and huge investment is expected to transform the lot of the people.
We have so far 2 companies that have interest to mine with the company as kind of partnership with the Ema Shapura. And that 2 agreement has already been signed. The other one is today. I was just told the representative of the community are there. So what we're doing now is that we must have a share in what they're going to do. And this is exactly the arrangement we're doing now. The company that are going to mine will have their share. The Ema Ashapura will have their share. And Azara community will have their share. And also we are going to outline the community development agreement so that it will go in tandem with the current mining requirement in the country.
Traveling across lands, experiencing life in the lips and mouths, banishing all strife. Let more on the move be your guide to witness the world with eyes open wide. More on the move where curiosity meets delight. With every episode our hearts take flight, exploring nature, information and tourism too. Join us on this adventure just for you.
80% of our youth are not doing anything. We are not farming, we are not a civil servant. We depend here, and by God's grace, we used to find it so easy here. You can see almost 200 or 300 of youth are here working, and they used to make it. Somebody will make 10,000, 5,000 daily. Honestly, it helps a lot.
On the move where curiosity meets delight. With every episode, our hearts take flight. Exploring nature, information and tourism too. Join us on this adventure just for you.
Women seem to be key in the process of taking off the shaft from the grains, because the machines can only go the miles, but the extra is left for the women, even the field of the big players. Though not much casualties are recorded among women, the men often face the bullets. Local mining pits are as dangerous as an avalanche. So when we were out filming some abandoned pits, the ugly news of a local miner who slipped into the mines and got injured came to us. We visited him, the story told by his brother, pathetic.
They came to work at a certain mines. As he was about to roll down into the mines by the rope, he slipped off and fall inside. That was where he sustained a back injury. He was brought out lifeless. 6 years now, he has been on the bed.
Guess what? When the land becomes as juicy as a mining field, then the hues and cries of local landowners could also become louder. Cases of alleged land grabbing takes toll.
We have not sold an inch of our land. We have never sold any part of the land. We have inherited from our forefathers. Anyone who approaches to buy will always reject such offers because our land is generational.
This may be an issue that could carry on for a long time, but what is likely to be transformed is the modus operandi of the local miners. Nasarawa State University has won the heart of a United Nations Development Program initiative focusing on the propagation of innovative mining practices.
In addition to the use of this facility, we intend to have an outreach unit
community outreach targeting artisanal miners. It might interest you to know that I've had 2 meetings with 2 different groups, a mining cooperative from Nasarawa, this Nasarawa local government here, and another one from Uke, those that are mining the gold in Uke. They're all artisanal and small-scale miners. And believe me, we paid visits to the mines, and what we saw there, it's concerning. When I saw somebody in the pits, I was wondering, will this person live to see tomorrow or next tomorrow? Because I could see blasting is ongoing down there. So first and foremost, the safety of the miners. Secondly, environmental degradation is just not palatable when you see that. So what's on offer here? We intend to carry out outreach programs. We're about beginning that. Outreach, when I say outreach, is we reach out to this ASM, education-wise. We will try to step it down to their level because most of them are not educated. So we will find a way of stepping it down, even if it is to translate leaflets and then flyers into. And what's more, there will be a skilling program at the Unipod here, a skilling program that anybody can just come in and benefit from for a token. We will teach them environmentally safe mining practices. How do you not degrade the environment? How do you know what you're using to process the gold ore, for example? Because in addition to the mining sites, there's a gold processing site. Deliberately with their corporation, pick up what they use, the chemicals they use to process these ores, and then what they inject or introduce into River. Okay, we want to sample those and then see. Maybe if seeing is believing, they say, and we try to demonstrate that to them. So, but the skilling program here is such that you don't have to have O-level, you don't have to have YF. We'll try to step it down as much as we can, as long as you can understand, go here, this is this, that is this. We intend to have a program. We have developed it. It's a robust program that teaches them even how to effectively identify a mineral deposit, for example, in the field, how best to now use what mining method to use to now do that. And then small things like simple, safe mineral processing, because that's where the danger comes, because you use a lot of water, you introduce a lot of, so environmental protection as well. Another advantage to the upskilling is we intend to tell them about mining regulations. What are the mining laws with respect to what you do to the environment? Who can police you? What is the mine police? What do they do? What's the price of gold today? We intend to tell them. So we intend to have such programs here for the artisanal and small-scale miners. And we have reached out to at least the ones within our environment, and the campaign is moving on. We're moving to the lead zinc mines around Abuni Kanje, and then around Wamba as well, which I believe you're coming from there now. So we intend to visit those ones there, but we've set up sort of communication. We've had some of them communicating, letting us know that they're happy, they've heard about this project, and they actually want to get involved.
The good, bad, and ugly could have found their way to the mining pits, and the twist turns of the technology in turning out the precious stones ahead could shine a ray of hope for many practitioners in the land of solid mineral.
More on the move with curiosity meets delight. With every episode, our hearts take flight. Exploring nature, information, and tourism too. Join us on this adventure just for you. Traveling across lands, experiencing life in the lips and mouths, banishing all strife. Let more on the move be your guide to witness the world with eyes open wide. More on the move with curiosity.
Love can blossom anywhere. We spend nearly a third of our lives at work, so it's no surprise that many find romance right there. Due to the increased interaction between co-workers on a daily basis, studies have shown that there is a direct correlation between romance and work. Some of the relationships culminating into marriages.
Office romance is very controversial, and it's something which people have to look at the work ethics in that office or the company. Every company has their policy. Most companies discourage office romance.
Love in the workplace can be beautiful, but it is never without risk, as it can affect productivity, create perceptions of favoritism, or even divide teams. Consent is not just about saying yes, it's about being free to say no without consequences. Once that freedom disappears, it's no longer love, but abuse. It is therefore important to set boundaries in work relationships so as to avoid negative occurrences.
Clear-cut policies that tell the processes to follow should two colleagues find themselves in a situation where a romantic or amorous relationship is developing. Oftentimes, these policies, first and foremost, the most important thing they call out for is disclosure. The business cannot help manage or put structure around what you don't disclose. And if you're ever doing anything that you're uncomfortable to disclose, then that means there's something wrong with it.
Finally, love in the workplace can be beautiful, but it must be handled with care, because when the lines blur between affection and abuse, everyone pays the price.
This is the network service of the NTA.
I want you to remember the name. Whose name? My name. Ehikowechu, the daughter of Agada and my mother Onimo. Most importantly, Charlie, remember the TV station. The NTA. The largest TV station coming out of West Africa. Can Gen Zs idealize heaven? Just the bare minimum. Strong question, yes I know. But for you to hear their answers, you have to stick around. Right about now, let me introduce you to music.
My Nigeria, I rise Nigeria, Nigeria, this one for you, get up Nigeria, wake up Nigeria, Nigeria, manage people where you dey, anywhere where you dey, show them say you know they shake, tell them say now we dey rise, see we no go break, it go better you no go dey, now we go show them the way, show them say you believe in Nigeria,
and welcome back to Talk Tribe. Like we promised, we bring you the juiciest of gist off of the internet, and I remain Ivora, and with me is
Cutie.
Absolutely.
We're astonished to bring to you the hottest gist from the internet, from the never-ending drama on TikTok to the savages of X.
Absolutely. We're peeling back the layers on stories that matter and gist that truly trend. And the lineup for TikTok is, I have two interesting stories for you. Okay. And the first one is Wunmi Toriola and Enyolua's little clash at an event. And the second story is Kiki's live-in arrangement with her now husband and then boyfriend. So stay tuned.
Okay. And the lineup for X today, we're having TG Omori, who asks the question, what's better than money? Follows up is Michael Jackson's biopic opening that just was released, and it got up to $217 million just for the opening. Wow. Welcome to Talk Tribe, guys.
Absolutely. And now to go straight into the story for TikTok, like I said, our first story is Wunmi, Toriola, and Enioluwa's little clash at an event. So this past weekend, they met at an event together, and then when Eni saw Wunmi Toriola, he said, Wunmi, how are you? And she was, she exactly, so she was taken aback, like, first of all, I'm a Yoruba woman. Secondly, I am Nigerian, and we are very respectful people in Nigeria. So you seeing your elder and saying, Wunmi, how are you? She addressed it there and then. Yeah. And I think that's one of the qualities I like about her. If something offends her, she doesn't just wait to maybe talk about some other day.
Drag you
She talks about it immediately. But let's see what the comments have to say. Now, somebody said that everyone is talking about she corrected him, but no one is talking about how he corrected himself immediately. And that's what I like about Eni. Eni is someone that if you tell him something that he's done wrong, he's very quick to apologize and not drag the matter or want to come and talk about it online or anything. He there and there he apologized and greeted her like a proper Nigerian would. Second comment says that now from clap dance it takes start. That's first of all one of my best when I say idioms in Nigeria. It means that if she didn't address it there and then,
he'll keep saying hi, woman.
And the last comment says that I love her energy so much. It is better than coming online to drag it. And I absolutely agree. In fact, most of the G's that come back online is because some issues were not spoken about when it happened.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and I always say, if you don't have the heart or a smart mouth, stay out of the streets of X. Why I say that is because we have TG Omori today, who asks, what's better than money? What do you think is better than money? Do you think there's anything better than money?
How about yes?
Let's find out what people have to say about this.
Yes, I do.
Okay, someone says, is there anything in this world better than money? That's a big question.
Wow.
Another person says, money easily makes you the best partner, the best child, the best friend. Like, it gives you the best version of yourself. That's what this person thinks.
That can be true, yeah.
Most of you need to hear money solves pretty much everything.
The story on TikTok, which is our last story for today from TikTok, is Kiki's live-in. You know Kiki now?
Yes.
Exactly. So Kiki's live-in arrangements with her now husband and then boyfriend.
Wow.
So a video from 2 years kind of surfaced online. You know how we forget anything.
Ever.
So a video from 2 years ago where she was in on Toke Makinwa's podcast, surfaced online, when she was saying something of how she lived with her now husband when they were still dating. But there was a clause. She said that her rent was to expire in September and they were getting married in January. So she did not see the need to kind of pay rent for the next month because she was getting married in January. And I kind of agreed with her. But of course, trust the internet to tell you. Exactly. The culture again, the culture stands. So people did not really agree with it. So one comment said that people put too much pressure on marriage. Sometimes the pressure can break it. And I agree. What works for you can never work for me.
Exactly.
Genuinely, even if I follow your same formula, if you follow my formula, the end result might not be what
might still fall in that pit.
Exactly. So let's not put too much. If people want to do what they want to do, honestly, the consequences of how it ends up is really their business. Absolutely. And the second comment says that marriage is not one size fits all, and I agree with this person.
And back to X, guys, we have Michael Jackson's biopic, the movie that just dropped. It's all about Michael Jackson, and guess what? His nephew apparently shot the movie. He replaced him, or rather, he acted as him. His name is Jafar Jackson. And it's very hard for you to know, oh, is this the real Michael Jackson? Or he acted it so well. And there's this part where he shot the movie, I don't know if you know Smooth Criminal, the music video. He turned in the music video, and Jafar did the same thing. And guess what? It looks like Michael Jackson possessed him at that point. They looked so alike. And guess what? This movie has hit $217 million just for the opening of the movie.
Of course, MJ. Anywhere you say MJ, people know who MJ is. Even children that were born today know who MJ is. Living icon. Even in his passing, he's still an icon. Someone that we always reference. Amazing. I love that
people faint for.
I agree. Someone that people faint for. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's it from X and TikTok for this week. Now remember to keep your news tribe worthy, because we're always brewing for news stories.
Thank you guys for watching today's episode. It is Talk Tribe on all our social media platforms. We have IG, TikTok, and X. Stay tuned, follow us, share, like, and comment. This has been QD and
Ivora.
Welcome back, Charles. And now let me tell you all about artificial intelligence. Well, I'm not the one telling you. The beautiful Toyibat will be the one telling you. However, I will introduce her to you. So this is Toyibat Adifowoshi with the Genesis.
Is more important now than ever.
They are sharing out some bonuses, or the federal government is giving out some amount of money, which is not true. And you look at the website, it doesn't even look like a government website at all. Be very careful. As soon as you click, you are giving yourself away at all.
Much as you didn't put any effort into playing any game, suspect everything until you prove that it is true or false.
Stop clicking anything, whatever they're advertising, anything. Don't even go there. That's for me. That's how to stop yourself from preventing your.
Where we'll explore the essentials of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity refers to the practices and technologies designed to protect networks, devices, and data from unauthorized access or attacks. But where did it all begin? The concept of cybersecurity started with the rise of computers in the 1960s and 70s. Now, fast forward to today, cyber threats are rampant, from phishing scams to ransomware attacks. Individuals and organizations face a constant battle to safeguard their information. Now, here are some cyber threats to be aware of. Phishing. Now, this means a fraudulent attempt to obtain sensitive information. Then there's malware. Malware means malicious software designed to harm devices. Then there's ransomware. This is more like a modern-day case of kidnapping. It's a type of malware that locks files until a ransom is paid. How can you protect yourself? Well, here are some cybersecurity essentials. Number 1, use complex passwords and change them regularly. You can also add an extra layer of security by requiring a second form of verification. Now, this is known as two-factor verification. You can keep your software and devices updated to patch vulnerabilities. Then protect your home network with a strong password and consider hiding your SSID. Now, your SSID is the name of your Wi-Fi network. Being aware of your digital footprint is crucial. So you should limit the amount of personal information you share online and be cautious about clicking on unknown links. Experts say that cybersecurity is everyone's responsibility, which is why you must protect yourself and contribute to a safer online environment.
And now, what did I tell you our main focus of today will be? Gen Z is telling us if they can accept the bare minimum, can they afford to survive with just the bare minimum? Their answers will not just shock you, it will reconfigure your brain cells. This is Understanding the Gen Zs.
Hi there, welcome to Understanding the Gen Z segment of the show, where we get into the minds, the money, and the mood of the Gen Zs. I am your host, Oluwapelumi Abiodun, and today we're going to be talking about something I think hits home to young people right now. I have guests with me who will be talking about this with me. I have Blessing, I have Billy Kiss, and I have Steven. Nice to have all of you in the studio today.
It's a pleasure being here.
So let's get into it. Is the whole hustle culture, is it burning us up as young people? Are we getting burnt up by the hustle culture?
Well, actually, we are, because there's this saying that the more money you have, the more the problems. It's a very funny slogan, but the higher the money, the higher the problem. So the more further you go in life, the more further your problems become. And there's this constraint when you always have to meet up to demands of people, work, family. The mental strain is just so much that you don't have any choice, but you're just moving with the flow. And there is no really an off button.
It
So
just keeps going.
You just keep going on and going on and going on. So you start looking for side hustles. As I am now, I'm a civil engineer. When you tell people that, oh, you're a civil engineer, people just assume you have money, and that engineers have money. But it is not true. Because I'm a civil engineer, I sell fabrics, I sell Zobo, I have a lot of things I do. But still yet, there's this financial freedom that I haven't still achieved yet. So, like, if you're explaining to people, people might feel like I am a greedy person, but no. Because the higher you go, the more problems you have. Initially, when I just started, I used to have issues of 20K problem. But these days now, my problem have compounded to like 100K problem. So you're seeing that
it keeps going.
Keeps going.
So it's like a circle.
It's a circle. It's a loop.
It is a circle.
Oh my God, it's a lot. Let me ask you, Blessing, what does soft life mean to you?
See the smile on my face. That's what soft life means to me. Being able to eat what you want to eat at any time. Being able to buy what you want to buy at any time. Not worrying about, oh, if I touch this money in my account now, it will not affect me tomorrow.
Calculation.
I will not calculate what I need to eat tomorrow.
Or journey 200
That calculation is
Or journey
crazy.
200 naira, 800 naira from different banks.
Oh my God. I can go to the market and say, oh, I want to make egusi today. I can just go to the market and buy meat, buy this, without even asking, oh, guy, go reduce money. Do you get? But today, if you want to buy something,
But if I have
you're
money,
pricing down.
I'll still negotiate. I will still negotiate because we're in Nigeria.
Yeah. Sure.
So I think for me, it's basically you being able to get whatever you want to get without, not really considering, oh, how is my tomorrow, or hope I'm not spending my 3 days meal money. You know that if you go to some restaurant now, the money you used to buy food is like, in that restaurant, it's like the money for for a meal of 1 week. So without doing all those, without being calculative, it's not as though you are greedy, but at least being able to, afford whatever you want, also without being a burden to anybody. I think that's very important. We have to put that into consideration. We are not being a burden to anybody. Not like you have everything, not like you are Dangote or you are, but at least whenever you want to spend, you have. Whenever you want to give, you have. Whenever you want to take care of people around you. So I think that's, for me, that's soft. That peace. You may not necessarily have everything, but there's a peace that accompanies what you have.
Yeah, that when you spend this money, you're not worried about how the next one is coming in.
Exactly. That's
so let's, when we've established that now, can we afford to do the bare minimum? You personally, knowing that you want to have this soft life now, can you afford to do the bare minimum?
Not at all. Not at all. And at the same time, I cannot afford to go all out for anything and everything. So
there's a balance.
There should be a balance. That is where contentment comes in. So, the Bible says godliness with contentment is great gain. I think that's one of my favorite verses in the Bible. Godliness with contentment is what is great gain. So whatever you are able to, as you are moving, you are progressing, whatever God brings your way, you appreciate and you keep going for more without having a mediocre mindset. There's a very thin line between having a mediocre mindset and wanting to go for more, or being contented. You should not be contented with the barest minimum, but at the same time, in you going for more, it should not be at all costs.
Right.
Oh, well said.
Limits.
Well said. So let me come to you, Billy, because how much does financial pressure affect your mental health?
A lot, actually, because this financial pressure is not just coming from one direction. You have families, you have friends, you have people that just assume because, okay, you look okay, you have it. There are people that you don't even know. You're walking on the street and somebody approaches you with the story of how they have financial constraints here and there. So that mental strain is on you. And you don't really understand it now, but later on, there's this thing that I do whereby I can have a very peaceful day, like I'm okay doing working hours, but the moment I lie down, the pressure of everything that happened throughout the day starts coming to my head, starts disturbing my sleep. I even have trouble sleeping. So all those things are pressures that we Gen Z we face. in this generation, because it's not just a matter of, okay, we are sorting yourself out alone. No. As long as you are a human being and you are existing, you are always going to be having a lot of issues here and there. There are some issues that you don't foresee. You wake up today, maybe you have your phone is faulty. This is something you did not foresee. Now you have to fix. So that mental strain is a very, very serious issue.
Yes, it is. We're going through a lot, actually. We're going through a lot.
A lot is going through us.
A lot is going
And I
through
think it's not a Gen Z thing alone.
No, it's not.
It cuts across, but
It does.
But we face it more.
Why do you say so?
Do we? Yes, because
Why?
because things that are going to be my problem now is not necessarily the thing that is going to be my mom's problem. For example, now.
So you think you have more financial pressure than your parents?
Yes, actually. At the moment.
Oh,
At the
interesting.
moment now, I do, because my mom is on a flexing level now. She has kids that
Yeah.
like they're giving her top of.
She has retired.
She has retired. But me, I'm not
You're
retired.
still figuring
Actually,
life.
it makes sense, because
Yes.
if we say maybe like 10, 15 years ago, maybe she should not be in this retirement mode. Per se, she might have more responsibilities. Makes sense. Blessing, tell us from your experience, have you ever chosen peace over a higher paycheck? You just see that if you choose this job or if you do this particular, whatever it is, it will just stress you. Has it ever happened to you? This is a deep reflection question.
A high-paid job?
Yeah.
No.
So you're indirectly saying that you would take a high-paying job whether or not it comes to stress.
I have, actually. And I felt at that time I was like, what can't I handle? I'm still young, you know, I can raise or whatever. I'm a gym rat, so I feel I still have the strength.
Yeah.
So until I started the job, I lasted, let's say, 3 weeks plus.
Wow.
It wasn't really up to me.
No, that's applaudable, actually. It was a month.
It wasn't really
That's
up to a
applaudable.
month. My God, I ran away. Not even left. I ran away.
For your life.
And well, they paid me, but it was not complete. I was like, so all this stress for this small money.
I think I had an
So,
experience.
yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, I think I stayed 3 months before I eventually left.
You
Quite
tried?
a toxic environment, and you know, there's no matter the amount you are earning, right? If it does not come with peace, it does not come with appreciation. Do you understand?
Yes.
You will not feel fulfilled.
You won't.
Do you understand? So I eventually left, but it was not a funny experience. But I'm glad, because I'm glad I had that experience, because today, probably if I see someone in that shoe, my experience is enough to advise you.
Okay,
Do you
finally,
understand?
Stephen, tell us now. What are the ways that Gen Zs can rest? Because we've established the fact that we cannot rest per se. We have to be content. We also have to work. So how do we balance work, finances, and rest?
I think it's I'll say take life one step at a time.
Very
You know,
important.
there's a saying that life is in what faces and men are in what sizes. If you notice, your problem 5 years ago is no longer your problem today. If you notice, there was a time that we all just get me the smallest Android phone. Do you understand? But today, just look at the phone you are using. You are using probably an iPhone. Everybody here on this set, you are using iPhone. I think I'm the only one who's still using Android. But I'm just saying, your problem your problem 5 years ago is no longer your problem now. And trust me, your problem today, in the next couple of years, will not still be your what?
Problem.
So why not learn to what? Take life one step at a time. So as you are hustling, you are bustling, find time to rest, because trust me, if you do not rest, your body will demand for the rest itself.
Yes.
And all
To
the
shut
things,
down.
everything you think you've been running after, in a day, all the money will just work.
Spend it.
So what's not the rem?
Ew.
What's
the point? Okay, thank you. Well said, Stephen. Thank you very much, because at the end of the day, rest is not laziness, and you cannot pour out from an empty cup. You have to work and still rest. And nobody is saying that you should not do anything. Just know how to prioritize rest and when to also work. That's all we have for you today, and we're so glad that you stayed up until this time, and we hope that you learned how to balance life. there has to be a balance. Please keep the conversation going on all our social media platforms and do well to follow us too on TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram at Federation XYZ. Bye for now.
It's getting cold inside. Double sweater. I am young, ordinary, paranoid. I can picture this without you, my life. I know fit forget you.
Thank you for being a part of today's program. I have enlightened you, I have entertained you, I gave you music. I also gave you information with the Genesis. And I gave you insight into what the Gen Zs are thinking. So, you know what to do. Come back again next week. But before you go, follow us on our social media platforms. And also stream us on our website at www.nta.ng. Until next time, Charlie, remember that my name is Eikoecho, the daughter of Abuja, and on more. And this is the NTA.
Finish work for me, oh tomato, put that thing back,
The Nigerian entertainment space has come a very, very long way. If you think about the very first Nollywood movies, nearly 40 years ago, there's been a lot that has happened since then. And there's still a lot of scope for growth. What I think is kind of hampering us, or why we're not seeing the best, is probably down to kind of the infrastructure, our institutions and the systems that we have in place. But in the past 5-10 years, you're seeing a real explosion. And that's because people are beginning to understand the importance of kind of creating the right infrastructure, the right kind of systems, the right institutions to help us kind of export our culture. Because, our culture is really the key to kind of growing our country. It's very exportable. People love it. When we're talking about our culture, I'm talking the fashion, the food, the music, even down to the books that are coming out now. So I think the sky is the horizon. As long as we kind of keep on the right trajectory and, our government kind of continue to support in building the ecosystem. We talk about branding and marketing being probably one of the most important things for a country. And we consistently miss out on opportunities where we can really kind of hone in and use that to be able to tell our stories. You look at a country like Greece, where Thor, the god of war, we've got the same. We've got Ogun, we've got, it's what is the marketing and the branding that lets people be like, tap into it, and I think that we just need to do a little bit more. Again, the culture is the currency, and they need to kind of build on it and understand that that is really what is going to help explode the country.
The mosaic of time. So piece together your time wisely.
This is the network service of the NTA.
beautiful sea. I choose to be happy. You and I, well, like diamonds in the sky. You're the shooting star I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you call me, I'm alive. Well, like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away. Oh, right away. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I see the light inside your eyes. Tonight, you and I, we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Fine light in the beautiful sea. I choose to be happy. You and I, well, like diamonds in the sky. You're the shooting star I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. Well, like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away. Oh, right away. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the life inside your eyes. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Oh, 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 oh. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Oh, 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 sweetest. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Diamonds in the sky. Ooh, 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 ooh. We're beautiful like diamonds in the oh. Oh, yeah. All right. Like diamonds in the sky.
Oh, like diamonds in the sky. Thank you, Joy, for blessing us with this beautiful tune this early morning. Indeed, certainly, it's going to be a beautiful day, trust me. Now, today, we spotlight the unusual gains of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, achievements that have sparked conversations nationwide.
From fuel subsidy removal to economic reforms, these bold decisions have shaped story headlines. They have sparked conversations and discussions, and they are impacting us as Nigerians directly or indirectly.
Yes, the conversation continues as we reflect on these major gains. Of course, Thelma, it's going to be an interesting day.
I have little doubt about that. In fact, some will say some of these gains are unconventional. But truth be told, they are shaping Nigeria's growth, our development, and our democratic process. My name is Thelma Obaze. Welcome. This is Weekend Do, and we're reaching you live on the Nigerian Television Authority, the NTA.
Now, stay tuned as we unpack these highlights, celebrate the progress, and of course, hear the perspective hear people's perspective on what all of these gains mean for the Nigerian future. Welcome once again. My name is Suleiman Baba Jiao Usman.
At this point, it will be interesting to see what NTA Sokoto has to say as we talk about the dramatic and interesting gains in revenue, especially talking about our federation. NTA Sokoto, it's time to make your entree.
When the federal government removed fuel subsidy, millions of Nigerians felt the impact immediately. Prices went up. Transportation became more expensive. Families struggled with rising living costs.
The fuel price totally affects our life.
Our fish before we buy lesser price, but now the thing is increasing every day by day. And customers are no more buying the way they are buying before.
But while citizens adjusted to the economic hardship, states across Nigeria began receiving increased allocation from FEC, the Federation Account Allocation Committee.
Allocation due to the beneficiaries of this account has improved significantly. Just for a proper context, before the 2023, you find out that most states or beneficiaries of the account, especially Sokoto State, was receiving something between 4 billion to 3 billion. And as we speak today, the allocation for Sokoto State is about 14 billion or thereabout.
In Sokoto State, the effect has become visible, from road construction to renovated public facilities. The FEC windfall is gradually reshaping the face of the state.
Yeah, certainly the expectation is with the increase in revenues to the beneficiaries, especially state government and the local government as well, is for them to increase in the infrastructure. Specifically, if you look at the component of the Federation account, social development factor, which allocate revenues to these beneficiaries in terms of provision of primary education, healthcare in general, and then water and other issues, especially with regards to the allocations pertaining to the terrain.
When you look at the area of education, you must have seen a lot of schools being renovated and rehabilitated. And of course, when you look at the religious aspect, talking about rehabilitation and reconstruction of mosques and Islamia schools across the state. You have also seen the beautification in Sokoto, particularly the road network, and of course, the other aspect of infrastructures being across the state, an aspect of health where primary healthcare facilities and general hospitals are being rehabilitated.
For years, many states battled limited resources and delayed development projects. But today, Sokoto appears to be entering a new phase of public spending and infrastructure renewal.
These chemicals, improved seeds have been procured by the state government and they are distributed to the farmers across the state free of charge. We have about 2 or 3 water schemes have been launched by the state government in terms of education, funding for students, both abroad and of course within the country. All these couldn't have been possible without judicious utilization of funding.
Across Sokoto State, several projects and renovation works are ongoing, giving communities a fresher and more modern outlook. For many residents, these projects represent visible evidence that increased revenue is translating into action.
There is this interlocal government buses. We see new buses of high test, you see, are moving every day. And there is also even this interstate buses. It helps a lot of Sokoto State workers. We have seen the procurement of sea boats. It helps the rainy season for so many teachers and the primary healthcare staffs. Increase of the revenue allocation to Sokoto State, particularly in this administration of His Excellency Dr. Ahmad Ali in Sokoto, it yielded positives. It favored civil servants.
The impact is also being felt among workers. Sokoto State implemented the new 70,000 minimum wage, bringing relief to thousands of civil servants and local government employees. Salary payments have become more stable, helping the families cope with rising economic pressures.
He has set up a committee that maintains that consistent payment of pensions. We all received this subsidized rice, 40,000 naira. That initiative also from the state government for the civil servants. Due to the economic issues, we are having challenges.
The FEC windfall has brought new opportunities to Sokoto State. Opportunities for development, opportunities for workers, and opportunities for economic growth.
That came from Sokoto, and we know that there is an increase in revenue generation and, of course, allocation for the states. But what people want to see is that this increased allocation to states make significant impact in the lives of individuals, especially in those states. Now, we have our guest join us in the studio. Let me start with the introduction of Malam Ahmed Mayaki. He is a communications strategist and, of course, the Honorable Commissioner of Information out of Kaduna State. Let's see his profile.
We welcome you to Weekend Deal, Honorable Commissioner, sir.
Thank you.
Great to have your company with us today.
Thank you.
Some are saying that is Nigeria truly earning more money, or is inflation making the numbers loom bigger and larger? We'll talk about it. Join us once again to welcome Dr. Hassan Sadiq, an economic, a security, and a governance expert. Indeed, is a man who wears quite a number of interesting caps that will nourish our conversation today. His profile is now.
Dr. Hassan, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Now, let's kickstart the conversation with you. Of course, this administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is majorly focused on the renewed hope for a lot of Nigerians. And then some Nigerians feel that this renewed hope has actually not, it's more about hardship than relief that is expected. How will you convince, minimum wage earners, some people who are engaged in small businesses, that the path this government has taken is actually leading us to the promised land in the next 5 years, assuming he is re-elected?
Good morning, Nigerian, and thank you for having me. We are talking now about what is called nation building. Nation building required economic security. When you don't understand the economic security of a nation, it's a model that every nation today who are great use that model. President Tinubu was one of the presidents who understand the model of a nation building. It requires about 3 economic strategies. 1, long-term, middle term, and short term. If you look at the gains of the current administrations of Tinubu, he has been able to dwell deeply on the long term. Long term, it is what sustains the nations. But at initial, it might be difficult to a large extent. That is economic perspective not opinion perspective. What many Nigerians today understand is opinion perspective, not economic perspective. Why do I say so? When he assumed office in the inaugural speech at the Eagle Square, he said fuel subsidy is gone. We on the economic experts, we have advocated over the years
And
that you don't pay fuel subsidy where you don't have more than 20 refineries locally working. You barely have 3. Kaduna, Warri, Port Harcourt, and most of it today are moribund. Such a nation cannot continue importing fuel since 1975, and you think you are doing well. It is not an economic sustainability, it's economic choke. So for him to have that audacity, understanding, removing it. In 2023, our fuel has got to 3.3 trillion. Removing the controversy surrounding that benefited only the rich and dwell hard on the nation's economy. So by removing it, it's a pretty one gain that we have done, because we are using all your earning and putting one item. What of the rest? Education is there, healthcare is there, other infrastructures are there. How do you be able to cope? So you could see that you must have this understanding about the economy of a nation building. Then before you can now say, oh, I'm ready to do that. So coming back again, if you still look at the fuel, since that time, we could see when Dangote now come on board, we have having, I said that what we have achieved so far today, it is no more queue again. But the next thing the nations now go to is how the price will come down.
Okay.
But today we have achieved availability of the fuel.
Okay.
Because since 1975, we're importing fuel during the Christmas, New Year, Salah break, you see queue. Some Nigerians are ready to buy it at any cost, but it's not available.
Thank you.
But with allowing the private sector, since the other government refinery is moribund, today we have now have a stable supply.
Thank you.
That is a big achievement.
Okay.
Today, Nigeria is the biggest exporter of fertilizer in America, Algeria. We export Jet A1 into America, into Saudi Arabia, and all Africa countries. Fertilizer.
Okay.
Imagine we have 10, 15 of Dangote refinery. During the past administrations, I propose that the money we had at that time, Nigeria should start building more refinery cut across, because I call it economic foundations for economic security.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hassan. Thank you. We'll come talk about building more. Let's let Malam enter the conversation. You know, earlier, our first package talked about increased revenue generation, and by association, better impact being felt by Nigerians directly and indirectly. All of the policies, all of the solutions being provided or being brought to the fore are to make the lives of Nigerians better. First off, Malam, tell me, are we truly generating more revenue?
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to be in Weekend Deal. Let me say it is just, it goes beyond revenue, because when you say revenue, it requires people paying taxes and government generating revenue. First, we should talk about increased allocations. Are the subnationals doing better? Are they getting more funds because of the removal of fuel subsidy? How are the states faring? Do they have enough funds to do what they are supposed to do at the subnationals? Yes. The states, because of the removal of fuel subsidy, monies that were supposed to be paid to marketers. My brother, Dr. Hassan, spoke about the rich. It's not just about the rich. It's a few cartel who benefit from this oil subsidy payment. They get into billions and billions of naira while getting richer and making people poorer. People have to pay because the government have to pay them for subsidy. So states have got more allocations from that time that the fuel subsidy was removed. And of course, as a commissioner from Kaduna, and then of course, all the subnationals can tell you they have more resources to carry out infrastructural projects. They have more funds not to take loans. We are proud to say since the inception of this administration, subnationals have not been going to the banks or to the international space to get, either foreign loans or local loans. What they are doing right now is repayment of loans. We have states, for instance, like Kaduna. If Kaduna was left with what it was getting from the federal allocation, probably we wouldn't have been able to even pay salaries because it was more taxing. Kaduna was one of the indebted states when His Excellency the Governor took over after Lagos. So with the FAC allocations being increased, states have got more resources to carry out more developmental projects. In Kaduna.
How is it impacting the people positively?
Now, let me give you an example.
Excuse me.
One of the very important things that this administration under His Excellency Governor Obasani has done is looking at the infrastructural need of our people. For instance, by 2023, when he came, about 12 local governments, out of the 23 local governments have not seen a single kilometer of road in the last 2 decades. These funds afforded the state to carry out 150 road projects spanning over 1,400 kilometers, connecting communities. Now, building those roads are not just for the cars or the motorable access. No, it's connecting farmers to the market. That is one very important thing. We have farmers who farm over decades, but they suffer post-harvest losses because they do not have access to the market. That is one. Building roads are also connecting women and children to the hospital. One of the key challenges in health, in maternal death and infant mortality is lack of access. People do not have access to go to the hospitals. One other issue is, connecting children to schools, because in terms of education, when children do not have access road to go to school, they are left hanging. This is just looking at infrastructure. And, a lot of these roads have been connected. That has significantly impacted on the lives of our farmers. Kaduna is 43% of the GDP in Kaduna is actually contributed by agriculture. And then, of course, over 65% of our people are farmers. So if you are able to do this in infrastructure, of course, it impacts on the lives of our people. That is one. Two, talking about the removal, one of the key things that takes up the salary, the chunk part of the salary of workers and, of course, people of a society is transport. People pay a lot to go to work. People pay a lot of money to go to the market. People pay a lot of money to move around. The state government introduced 100 unit of CNG buses transporting everybody, women, children, workers, students, the elderly, the artisans, the traders, from 1 point...
It is subsidized amount.
At free cost, free. We have done this from July to November. We did an assessment. In 5 months, we're able to move over 1.4 million people of Kaduna and saving them in transport costs of about 1.4 billion naira in 5 months.
Quite an interesting feat, and I'm sure all of this, is made possible because of this increased allocation to the states. And then I know one key area that a lot of people have debated on is this local government financial autonomy, which of course was one of the reforms brought about by the present administration. So let's take this report coming from NTA Ibadan, and after that, we engage our guests more, especially on this local government financial autonomy.
Local government remains the closest level of government to the people, with responsibilities that affect daily life at the grassroots. The conversation around financial autonomy for local governments has also increased expectations about improved development and service delivery within communities.
So local government is very foundational. In fact, it is essential because we say that it is the government that's closest to the people and therefore is able to address things that are peculiar to specific locations. And because of that, they have specific issues that they're expected to address, which it is believed no other level of government can address those issues as well as they can.
The local government has a lot to do to ensure that the local people are well structured, are well secured.
In Ibadan, Oyo State, some stakeholders believe stronger local government administration could positively impact some sectors such as healthcare, education, road, infrastructure, and environmental sanitation. Officials and administrators also say efforts are being made to improve service delivery and response to the needs of residents within local communities.
Is when local government have complete control over their fund, then all these things will be put into place, and there will be good health system, good school, everything will be put in order.
I have a lot of expectations. You should firstly come and tar my road. Let them come and tar my road. My road is bad. And let me have access to medical facilities.
Analysts and public administration experts, however, emphasize that accountability, transparency, and proper management of resources remain crucial in ensuring meaningful grassroots development.
When there's an improvement in the infrastructure, definitely it will encourage the rural dwellers to stay in the area and, of course, produce food for those that are living in the urban center. It will encourage the farmers to work harder when there is an improved infrastructure and they are given benefits of all this democracy.
If the governors are able to give them autonomy and give them money, then they should serve as supervisory to make sure these money are not diverted. When the state government themselves are not giving them autonomy, then there won't be any check and balances at all.
Prioritizing grassroots governance could lead to more inclusive and equitable development process.
What the federal government can do is to bring the governors together and tell them what the consequences of not having autonomous local government implies for development, so that they can agree on the need to have effective local governance. They should also agree to allow revenue that are supposed to accrue to local government to get to local government.
There should be proper political will from the federal government and the state government to ensure that local government stands as they should be. Don't let us start from the top. Let us start from the bottom, from the grassroots. When the grassroots is well structured, well managed, it will reflect in the states too.
Strengthening the local government through autonomy is important for sustainable community development and improved service delivery.
A lot of interesting details there from that May documentary from NTA Ibadan, emphasizing the importance of transparency and accountability. More importantly, the autonomy for local government areas is going to impact everyone from the grassroots up. And someone also talked about the political will must start from the federal government onto the state government and then to go down. Where are we as we speak, Dr. Hassan? Are we seeing that necessary development from the grassroots? Are local government areas functioning independently as everyone agrees that they are?
Yes, in reality, we've not seen that. You could recall that on July 2024, Supreme Court clearly said that local government should be independent, where the governor should remove what they call caretaker committees with the push of Tinubu as at that time. Yes. To make sure we have financial independence of local government. But where the bottleneck is conducting the elections of local government chairmen. As of today, the states still hold that power by trying to muzzle who become the chairman of a local government. In essence, which means they also now control the finances that come to local government. So that is why we are saying the federal government has to go back again to make sure either the federal INEC should conduct the elections so that individual who has interest to become the chairman of their local government can be, if you win elections, you'll be there, not nominating by the governor of the state. If we're able to achieve that, you agree with me that the finances that will come to the local government directly, it is now left for the local government, how is it going to spend the allocations. But today, every state governor still has the control of the financial that comes into the local government.
Every single state?
Most of the states. That is why we are having the problem. Except some few states that the governors, I'm happy that the commissioner is here, he knows it. Except some few states where the governors allow that what come to the state, let the local government have their programs, projects, and all that. In fact, if not because of time, I've said that the insecurity challenges we are having today in Nigeria, bandits and whatever, kidnapping, it is 70% state responsibility, while federal take 30%, which means the state and the local should come together because the actual insecurity is on the local. So what are the state government doing about it? Local government and the state today, how many of them who can boastfully said they are spending 500 million monthly in security? No any of the state in Nigeria, I will bet you. Which means if they now understand it and they agree to have the structure and they do that, then the issue of insecurity will start reducing to a large extent. But local government must have that financial independence.
Now, it's an interesting thing that Mr. Maeki is here as the Commissioner of Information, Kaduna State. I'm sure he will have some response based on what you have said. But Mr. Maeki, now let's look at the financial autonomy that everybody is advocating for when it comes to the local governments. What is the experience like in your state? Is Governor Ubasani still controlling that what you have as joint accounts? You still have joint account in Kaduna State?
Okay. I think very quickly, let me correct a notion. My brother, Dr. Hassan, made a generalization, of state governors taking control. When you talk about elections being conducted by state governors, that is a constitutional provision. Until and unless a constitutional review is made, INEC cannot conduct elections at state levels. That should be taken clearly. Now, when we talk about political will, because from the report, one of the key issues that was raised is the political will. There cannot be more political will than what the president has done by ensuring it's not just the Supreme Court deciding that state governors, or local government should have autonomy. It is actually the political will of Mr. President to ensure that that happens. And we must give that credit to him because as a Democrat, he was part of the process when he was a governor, and he understands the need to have local government being autonomous in running their affairs. Clearly, local governments are the closest to our people, to the grassroots, and of course, once that is done, it will address a number of issues. Yes, the issue of security is there, but of course, the issue of security remains an exclusive responsibility of the federal government. State governors and local government chairmen do not have responsibilities. That is why in Kaduna, what we have is the Kaduna Peace Model, a non-kinetic strategy of engaging community members, religious leaders, and all stakeholders, non-state actors, to ensure that we have security. What we recall from our recent past, you don't go into any community without the knowledge of the traditional institutions. So that is what we are bringing back to Kaduna, and that is why largely everybody must accept it, that Kaduna have achieved a lot in ensuring security. At some point, it was difficult to go to Kaduna from Abuja. It was very difficult, nearly impossible, to go to Birnungwari and part of Kaduna because of insecurity. And of course, because of this non-kinetic strategy of Kaduna Peace Model, we're able to, and that involves the local government chairman, that also involves the traditional institutions, the religious leaders, the youth groups, and every stakeholders. They have a role in playing that. But in terms of ensuring enforcement in security, state governors do not have power to control the police, the army, and of course, that is being done centrally. That is why there is a lot of call and push for the state police. Because if you don't have that, there is a limit to what for instance, as a governor, you cannot direct a police commissioner to carry any action. You need a directive from the Lewis Edit House in Abuja to do ABCD. And most of the burden of the logistical operation of security agencies are handled by the state government. we don't go into that. But the focus is, like you asked, are the local government autonomous? Yes. I cannot speak for other 35 other subnationals, but I can speak for Kaduna. I do know the governor who, has been part of the democratic process. He understands the importance of ensuring that local governments are autonomous. Kaduna state government today allow local government to run their affairs, to carry out developmental projects at the local government level, to carry out key projects. Yes, there are areas where the federal government, like education, for instance, when you look at basic education at the primary school level, the federal government runs UBEC, which is an agency of the federal government. State government runs SUBEB, which is also an agency of the state government, but then being run by the local government. That, of course, the payment of salaries of teachers must be coordinated in that manner. The federal government provides funds through UBEC for infrastructural projects in schools, at that basic level. And of course, that is being done jointly by the state and the federal government. So that is not interference with the funds of local government. Local governments sit down, they do their budgeting system, plan their yearly cycle plan, their fiscal and plan on how they want to run their affairs. With the funds that gets to government, we have FAC. FAC is the federal allocation that comes every month. There is a part for the state governments, and there is also a part for the local government. Of course, indeed, for the federal government. And everybody has control. So what I am saying in essence is we shouldn't generalize. And then we must also understand the thin line between what is an exclusive responsibility of the federal government, which is the security. Yes, we must do some constitutional review to ensure we have state police at the state level. We must do some constitutional review to ensure, like he has mentioned, if at all INEC should conduct elections, not the state government, that is also a constitutional issue. Of course, we must be deliberate in this, and I will say it's a big win with the autonomy done by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed.
Thank you, Malam. Thank you. We have been listening to Malam Mohammed, the Honorable Commissioner for Information and Culture from Kaduna State, as well as our brother, Dr. Hassan Sadiq, who is an economic, a security, and a governance expert. And they've been talking expansively about the unusual gains of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. And good thing, our well-esteemed viewers are sending in their feedback. And we thank you for that, and we do not take it for granted. Thank you, Latifat. Latifat's reaching us from Niger State. She says, I'm happy with the progress. Yes, we have covered some ground, but the impact in the rural areas is small or non-existent so far. Thank you, Latifat. We have this message from Mrs. Hajara. She says, in as much as a lot of talk is going on in your studio about impact being made, many Nigerians are saying different. We understand that the policies are there, people are working, but the impact is not being felt as much. And then that's Mrs. Hajira reaching us from Plateau State. I'll just take one more. Our friend from Ogun State, Ijebu Ibefo. He says, thank you, Weekend Deal, for always going straight to the matter and ensuring that Nigerians know more. We are listening, we are watching, and we applaud you. Thank you very much, Mr. Olubode, Prince Olubode.
Let's head straight to Lagos, where we're looking at dirty December. We know that it generates a lot of revenue for the state. Let's see this.
Nigeria has shown that African countries can build global influences not only through crude oil and mineral resources, but through creativity, energy, and human connections. The major festive hotspots, particularly Dirty December phenomenon, leverages a vibrant cultural scene packed with music, concerts, nightlife, fashion shows specifically targeting both local and international visitors.
This has been one of the most important things the government has been able to do. This is where the shifts came in. And now it is just for them to keep on working on amplifying these things. They've been able to look at the diaspora as an asset to their country and their economy, and be able to engage both of them in storytelling and in positioning our identity as the cultural youth center for Africa going forward.
Lagos in particular acts as primary hub for this tourism boom, driving significant revenue through hotel accommodations, transportation, catering services, local vendors, amongst others.
From the hospitality and tourism perspective, I do believe Nigeria saw a noticeable shift around 30 December and the festive tourism in late 2024. Many people are looking forward to come and experience the culture, the energy, experience the music, which is very famous in Nigeria. We should encourage it always, as we want more people to come to Nigeria and experience what we are doing, the hospitality that we are providing to them.
What strategies can be used to improve the gains?
One of the few things I think we should need to improve is payments challenges. A lot of the people that come, they're coming from various countries. And as such, they usually have a few challenges with payments, especially when they're paying with cards. There are times maybe because of the strain on the infrastructure, some POS terminals might be down, or there are new types of cards that are being issued that some of our payment providers have not been enabled for. You have some cards now that are using 6 pins, 6-digit pins, and most of our cards here are using 4-digit pins.
The pressure we see, we as negotiators have to understand that we are hosting the world during this time, and that the pressure we see is proof of demand. It is not an inconvenience. And I would advise, Lagos State has done really wonderful things, like the new museum that has just been opened in Onikon. It's really, really incredible. Kudos to them. They joining that with J.K. Randall. That's really nice. Some of the programming they've added is really nice. Things like the Coastal Road and the Lagos-Sokoto Road are going to be of immense benefit in the near future.
As the year goes by, Nigerians, especially Lagosians, look forward to a season that will yield billion-dollar cultural tourism economy.
You know how we say echo for show. If you talk about entertainment, dexterity, joy and zest for life, you cannot call too many states before you get to Lagos. So Lagos won't be at the top. They know how to enjoy themselves and they don't take prisoners. So we said that was a tidy package, Naomi. Thank you so much. And she brought several things to the fore. It's a fantastic idea to be able to weave entertainment, innovation, enlightenment with revenue. And I think that's where many people can also key in. Talking about Lagos and utilizing Dirty December and other entertainment activities to boost their revenue. So can we just get, let me talk to Dr. Hassan, and I know that you want to talk about agriculture, Honorable Commissioner, but let me hear from him first, and then you tell us a bit about culture as it pertains to your zone and your state.
Yes.
Revenue.
There's in fact, agric is one area that gives you a large chunk of economic security because no human can live without food. So on the basis you have seen, it's like water. We cannot do without not drinking water. The same way we cannot do without not food. But the model and the strategy you deploy into your agric sector is what matters most. If I give you one example, when we talk of food security, in the other countries of the world like America, food security is part of national security. Because when large numbers of people cannot feed, it becomes issue of national security. Now, coming back home here, yes, the government is doing all its best to put into agriculture. Like Kaduna State, Niger State, they have invested heavily in machinery and renting. But sometimes, I often said that sometimes, why don't they look at what are that particular product that each of your local government are good in? At one time, Kaduna is number 1 in terms of ginger. So if you now look at it that, okay, how many local government in Kaduna State? How many local government in Niger State? What agri-product can each of these local government are top? Then invested in that. When you now invested in that, you could see that it will now take like 1-2 years. That particular local government is number 1 because of the quantums of that particular product coming. The government will now come back again and set up. How do we take it off from them? So that the farmers will continue to produce while the buyer continue to buy. And now go back into the issue of processing to the extent of how do we market it both locally and internationally. These are model. At one time, Nigeria is number 1 in cassava all over the world. And that cassava, Benue State and Kogi State is number 1. But starch is a multi-billion business in the world. But how many of these cassava refined do we have? None. Okay. So I can be able to give you. You could see that if they deploy the best strategy, what they could have done is to say, okay, Benue State, Kogi State, let us set up a starch industry that will be able to process this cassava to get the starch out of it. That this starch is international product. You could see that what they are going to get out of it, it is higher. So these are strategy and model that sometimes in agriculture, if we miss it, you'll be thinking that...
So it will be more intentional. Thank you very much, Sule. And it was quite saddening to learn in the past week about the death of Victor Udo, a very promising, as much as I love Osimhen, I love the fact that Nigerian footballers are doing so well internationally. And it's painful that one of our own, who is highly cherished, who has done well on the global scene, comes home to spend time and he demises in the process. Rumor has it that he was poisoned, but we don't know. But whatever it is, we commiserate with his family, all football lovers in Nigeria, and we wish him well. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you for your messages. We don't take them for granted. Let's take just the few that we can as we wrap up. So someone reaching us from Inyang. Okay, writing us from, he didn't tell her, but he said he enjoyed the show today and that both experts spoke very well, that he wishes that the show was longer so that they would talk expansively. So we are saying do some research, so many issues to discuss, and 2 hours is hardly enough. You are a patriot, go learn more, and of course stay patriotic. Someone here says, Dr. Hassan, you have done so well. It is my hope that you get a position, an opportunity where you can expand more of your strategies and your ideas. And he thanks you both, Alhaji Ahmed and Dr. Hassan, for being a part of Weekend Deal today. He says, Weekend Deal, keep the flag flying, keep on rising. He likes the way we go to every nook and cranny of Nigeria to bring forth authentic and real-time information. Thank you so much for watching. We've been talking about what, Sule? 3 years of the unusual gains of
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu
administration. Thank you, Nigeria. God bless us all. Music Joy, take it from here.
Let me hear you. Come on. Once again, I want to say welcome to Dr. Hassan in the house, Honorable Ahmed. All right, let me hear you. Come on. shake 'em, roll 'em, 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 shake 'em, roll 'em. Hey, Oga buy me bottom belly, cool my heart, yeah. Make you buy me bottom belly, cool my heart, yeah. Oga buy me bottom belly, cool my heart, yeah. Make you buy me bottom belly. Everybody say bounce, I think you bounce, ayo aye, bounce, I think you bounce, ayo ayo, hey, come on now, hey, I miss a flavor, oh mommy, baby, I bottom belly, I boba, I bounce, oh yeah, flavor. Mommy, baby, but I'm belly, Are you ready? Say, the way you the one.
Money, one of the oldest inventions of human civilization, has taken many forms in Nigeria. From the early days of trade by barter to the introduction of cowries, coins, and naira notes, our understanding of value has constantly evolved. Today, as technology reshapes every sector, Nigeria is making another bold transition from cash to code, from physical money to digital value. This is the story of how we got here and whether everyone is keeping up.
In the 80s, in the 70s, you talk about transactional mode, that is the payment instruments such as check, promissory note, and the rest of them. If you bring it down to 1980s era, you see situations where there are checks transaction, people go to the bank to fill tellers up to 1990s, early 2000. But in the past 20 years, a lot has changed in the transactional system in the country, especially the monetary sector. You now have the advent of digital economy, the advent of internet facilitated a lot of this to happen. People can now sit in the comfort of their house or of their office. They can, make transfer for transactions. People are on the way traveling. They can make transfer for transactions. You don't have to fill check except where it is necessary. You don't have to queue up in the bank, except some people that are still analog in nature.
The journey began centuries ago, when trade by barter ruled local markets. The introduction of cowries and colonial coins standardized trade. Then came the naira, symbolizing national pride and modern commerce. But the 21st century ushered in a new era: ATMs, online banking, mobile apps, and fintech platforms transformed how Nigerians save, send, and spend money. From cash in hand to a few taps on a screen, the definition of money has changed forever.
International bodies like to do anything serious with an economy where transactions are largely cash-based. And that's helped the government of Nigeria through the CBN to introduce a lot of digital payment innovations. As people make more money, government get more taxes. And government use that taxes, to also benefit the members of the public.
Digital finance isn't just convenience. it is inclusion. It connects farmers in remote areas, empowers small businesses, and drives innovation in our economy. Yet, challenges remain connectivity, trust, literacy, and access. As we move towards a cashless future, one question remains. Has everyone caught up with this new wave of financial evolution?
You have more population of the country living in the rural area, not in the urban. So what government needs to do, once internet is provided, I wouldn't say government should buy telephone or phone or Android phone for everybody, no. But let there be infrastructure. The government should encourage the companies and the players within the telecom industry. That will enable internet to be across, and you see people will embrace online payment. This is a major thing I think will help government, because nobody like to operate in the old era. Everybody you see old people now who carry their Android phone and be playing with it. And if they can play with it, they can actually carry out online transaction. You see old people today, in their 80s, they still post on WhatsApp. It tells you that when we go more into the rural area, the unbanked population will be drastically reduced, if not zero.
Digital finance is changing how Nigerians live, trade, and connect. But true progress means more than going cashless. It means ensuring everyone is part of the journey. Because the future of money isn't just digital, it is inclusive.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Sheer adventurism is driving me to go deep into the Onyama mines. It is the biggest coal mine in the whole of South. Well, the coronation of the new Oni is a watershed in the history of the Yoruba land generally, and Ife in particular. Now, because they have a leader now, that will... Put, Gura is a beautiful countryside with awesome landscapes. If something differently would be done to the Nigerian textile industries, that our youth will be employed. Many people that attend the church here can tell you. Service in Holy Rosa is we are taking a canoe tour of the communities on the bank of River Niger in Kesu. The ambience never fails to create passion, to create excitement, bring back memories, and rekindle humanity's undying love for Ebrison horses. There is an undying spirit in the blood of the people of the Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria to guarantee that horse racing occupied its pride of place in the psyche of Nigerian peoples and administration. The support of the populace is more than anything other sports are achieving, and its value in increasing global visibility and diplomatic relations, supporting the economy, youth engagement, and systemic support base is not anything the nation can overlook.
The whole idea of why we're doing this for youth development, taking them out of miscreancy to having an opportunity to work either as a groom or as even somebody that cleans surroundings of the horses, and all the way to even riding the horses, because we are going to cater for every individual, training them so that as much as we are having international Nigerian players playing internationally abroad, we want to have Nigerian boys, Nigerian youth riding international horses all over the world.
The Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria has been asserting itself most powerfully. For over a decade, it has proven itself as an organized sports system that creates values and wealth around a tradition that was a national legacy, now revived and being put in context of global tradition and best practices. Horse racing is a global sport with global standards, and it is precisely the way the Federation is going now. Remarkably, the emerging tide of horse racing in Nigeria is going with the grassroots. From Oguru in Katsina State to Hadeja in Jigawa to Bida in Niger State, the race courses draw hundreds of thousands of local spectators who identify with the sport and who go back with a lifetime of memory of the grand spectacle they had. Most of the venues are not in state capitals. This can be understood because as far as Nigeria is concerned, prior to this new momentum, horse racing was a royal heritage. The race courses are located in cities of royalty, emirate headquarters especially. As the race is assuming national heritage and perspective, race infrastructure, especially the courses, may be a national emergency, where every state capital and kingdoms and chiefdoms may require one or more. Potentially, however, as the sport is a business, we may see the emergence of individuals, groups or stables building their sports infrastructure. It happens with Oguru in Katsina State. Oguru is a rural community in much local government area. Here, there is a stable owner who owns race course, and indeed, at the turn of the year, the Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria mobilized this community for a racing showdown in the jungle. When the year 2026 shows its face, the community of the Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria had mobilized to Katsina State. When the sun breaks in the following day, the day of the 2026, the people of the Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria are already in Oguru, in much local government area. Do you know the business? It is a horse racing of epic proportion, where the winner takes all, and where whoever has something to prove about his ability to achieve something in race is here just to come and prove it. It was 4 days of epic race that captivated not only the local community, but all the communities that were coming from the over 6 countries that participated in this place. It is a most beautiful time we had here during the new year and through the first 4 days of the new year. And of course, obviously, it is a business not like you have known it. It was a racing classic and a proving ground. It used to be that racing competition in the country are engaged only by foreign horses from Sudan, Chad and Argentina. As Nigeria advances in the field now, there now emerge a breed of Nigerian horses, aptly called Niger breed, that are gradually taken over from these foreign horses. As the country eyes international competitions, there is optimism in the Racing Federation and the breeders that the homegrown horses are the future for the country.
The Niger breed that we have successfully started and breeded, from SD stable in Bida here, they have broken a record of achieving the same speed with the Sudan horse, which is the second, highest pedigree of horses in the world. And then these horses that have broke that record to meet the same timing of the racing of Sudan horses are just 2.5 years old. And most of these Sudan horses are more than 6-7 years. So what it means is that if these horses that are 3 years old and are already speeding on the same speed, they are pedestrian, with these Sudan horses. What it means is that after a year, they will run faster than them. So what it means is that after 5 years, probably in the next 2 years, they will have an equal strength with any other horse in the world, which is the thoroughbred. So it's very, very promising. We have gotten it right.
But we need all the support. We need to bring people together. We need the support of the government, in terms of bringing in, veterinary services in assistance. When we're looking for, good breeds, when we want in partnership for the government to now say a good word, in our favor in international communities, and so on, and get involved.
These races are also a diplomatic masterclass. It reinforces unity among African states and peoples. There is never a horse racing competition by Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria without the participation of significant African countries. They bring their horses, jockeys, medical team and support team, and always in an atmosphere of friendship and mutual respect. The Oguru Jungle Rumble is most impressive, more by the way the people from all neighboring localities take full advantage of the event. Transporters, food vendors, and host of other trade groups had exceptional and prosperous moments while the racing competition lasted. Literally, an informal market emerged, and not one seller went back home without selling all his wares. It was a great boost to the local economy.
For the first 4 days, my sister Fatima here has been bringing food items, items of cooked food, and she has been selling in this place. She comes from Mashi, some 35 kilometers away from here, the local government headquarters of Oguru. And then whenever she comes, she sells, and she's enjoying herself. So to her, this is a kind of blessing because she's getting the market she has not been getting in Mashi itself. Hajia, kina ba labari kice tinyo shi kika fara zuwa nan wurin. Lokacin da aka
Experience from the horse racing derbies across the country showed that, short of a football match of a national nature and importance, there is scarcely an event that brings together so much people together. It followed that the sport does not fail them. They all go back home happy, satisfied.
is a significant milestone in the Doguru Derby. A visit to the Emir of Katsina, Abdulmumin Kabir Usman, brings back memories of how the royal house of Katsina was in charge of horse racing in the old northern region, and how his father used to go with him to horse racing events. He identifies with what the Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria is doing now. Yet, he speaks strongly in support of animal welfare and rising concerns about doping. He wants the competition to be clean and professional. It is as well that the Federation heeded the call of the Emir and acted at once. In the Bida Derby, for instance, a team of officials from the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLA, were on hand to screen every horse entered for the competition and at whatever stage of the competition. It is a culture that will guide the future of the competition. By the way, Bida, the ancient capital of Newfoundland, was the arena for an epic horse racing finale that reinforced the glamour, the thrill, and the appeal of the horse racing in the minds of the nation. The Bida events were not only phenomenal, but also about a lot of other things. It is the clothing chapter of a rigorous and heartwarming itinerary of high-end racing events across the country, in which started from Oguru and Daura in Katsina State and Hadeja in Jigawa. Perhaps what stand out the Bida tournament more was the First Lady of Nigeria was also there, an endorsement of the sport that spreads love and mass happiness on a scale few sports can boast of, to all class of people. The First Lady was particularly honored with a racing horse by the Echunupi, Yahya Abubakar, who is also the Grand Patron of the Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria. The First Lady did perform a significant function at the event as well. In context of her schedules, the First Lady could not sit through the whole event, but Nupilan had to offer her a taste of the uniqueness of her culture. The Bida event was indeed graced by a rich collection of Nigeria's high society, cutting across business, politics, sports, traditional institutions, academia, and diplomacy. All wear faces of happiness and relaxation and fulfillment. The mood around the arena are dictated by the happenings in the race courses. The racing trucks are burning, and thoroughbreds are being asked to come forward and answer their names. It is amazing what factors dictate success in horse racing more. Is it the horse on themselves or the jockeys?
or the management of the horses, it is instructive that the horse racing event is involving a plethora array of personnel who are all crucial to the success of a horse racer.
I am from Niger Republic, the Sarkin Dawaki of Big Development to Nigeria. Trust me, but for the efforts of Etsunupe, horse racing would have been out of Nigeria. I am all thankful for what this work has done to my life. I salute the owner of SD Stables for the support to generations of horse racing crew and in. Look this way. For all the races today, no horses that was predicted to win wins. And those you give to lose win.
If there is one thing about the progress of horse racing in Nigeria, it is the fact that continually new thinking and initiatives are being brought to bear on it. In the bidder race, for instance, the Federation introduced a starting gate, a take-up structure that defines all international racing competitions. It is a way forward that gives the competition that international age and aura. It is as well that the national coordinator of the Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria comes out for commendation over these milestones. It is his idea too that women will be a permanent fixture in the racing competitions going forward. There was in fact a marvelous taste of the women and their incursions into the horse racing arena.
What we are capturing basically through the horse racing is to engage the youth. So you have to enjoy, or you have to engage rather the both sex. We have been concentrating on the male folk in terms of getting them busy, getting them engaged, taking their mind off negative perspectives. So we must not just deal with the boys. We have to also deal with the women.
Inclusivity is in fact not a new game to Horse Racing Federation of Nigeria. Its national vice chairman is Professor Zainab Gobir, an academic, a mother, an avid lover of horses. Gobir may technically not be a competitive racer, but she's never far away from anything racing. You talk of passion for horses.
There's $1.2 billion opportunity in the racing and horse activity in Nigeria. And so for me, as a mother and as a woman, this is a clarion call to everybody to get on board. Let's set up horsing hubs. Let's set up the West African block of horsing activity and get the economy going.
So as a woman who is here in Nigeria, is it fulfilling?
Absolutely fulfilling. It's one of the best things I've ever done in my life, sincerely. So, yes, and it's very encouraging to watch the youth, to watch people come out. And just to add to this, with artificial intelligence taking over contemporary work, this is working.
So far, Nigeria is seeing increase in the emergence of activities around horse business since the reinvention of horse racing in the country. In every competition, there emerge new horses and horse owners that had hitherto not been there. New staples are coming up too, and increased breeding of Nigeria breeds too. At the center of it all is how to provide livelihood to Nigerian youth. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Nigerian horse racing today are the names that go with the horses. There is that touch of history of heroism, spirituality, family legacy, and role models in politics, art, business, or sports attached to the horses. The name facilitates recognition of a horse and the hype over their potential to do well among others. Many of the horses leave the names, and many are a far cry from the names they answer.
of the names are in vernacular, but they can be spectacular. There is, for instance, Al-Fijr, the dawn, Aradu, the thunder, Dantalaka, the throne of the poor, Laylatul Qadri, the night of power, and Ansar, the helper. There is also Bullet, yes, the projectile. The names are as different as the horses available for the competition always. By and large, the momentum and thrill of the sport can only be more. It is already a witness to a rising fanbase that crave for more action, even as the sport awaits the verdict of the National Sport Commission on its status in the larger Nigerian context.
Welcome to Nigeria, where dreams are big and the spirit is bigger. Young people are chasing opportunities, facing challenges, and looking for economic independence. From tech startups to street hawkers, young Nigerians are trying to make it in a country with opportunities despite challenges.
I started my business in school, University of Benin, right? And I studied computer science. And because of the fact that I just wanted to do more for myself, basically, right? I didn't have so much faith in the educational system. Not that it was bad, I just didn't have so much faith in it at the time. Because of that, I had to do something else. And what I had to do was I had to create businesses that provided solutions for the problems that I'm facing. Now, what I've noticed is that most young people, they think about first world problems. You can't be solving first world problems in a developing country, in a country like Nigeria, for instance, right? What you need to do is you need to create solutions for problems that you can fix within your local environment, right? So what problems can you see in your community, in your local government, in your state, in your geopolitical zone that you can address, right? Start from there. If you can create solutions for problems that you can see, right, you will definitely not struggle as much because you will have people that will be willing to give you money for you to be able to solve that problem.
Starting from my school days, I went to school and my course was changed. I went for SLT, Science Lab Tech, but it was changed to quantity surveying. But in the midst of that difficulty, I was able to put myself together. Because the first semester, I was like, I'm lost. Why am I here? I shouldn't be here. I was crying and all that. But God helping me. It's another way to tell people that you don't have excuse. I don't have people that train me. I don't have this, so I decide to be this. No. I was faced with challenges because I don't like anything about building. I went into it. It wasn't easy. I overcame it. From there, I grew, practice. Interior came into it, but it wasn't easy.
Unemployment, financial strain, and self-doubt are part of the journey. But so are the grit and determination. These young Nigerians are turning their passions into successful businesses, and their stories are inspiring others to do the same.
Bringing your dream to reality, you need to be courageous. Bringing your dream to reality, don't let anyone talk you down. Don't let anyone tell you can't do it. Because that is the biggest enemy of success.
The biggest in listed entrepreneurs, and something that I've come to realize, that Nigeria has over 200 million people, right? So what it specifically means is that Nigeria is a game of numbers. For instance, if 1,000 people are paying you 1,000 naira every week, do you know how much that is? That's a lot of money. So imagine you create a solution that is affordable, that people can key into on a weekly, on a monthly basis. Because of the sheer numbers of people that we have in the country, if you do a numbers game, you will be able to succeed. So even if we are still thinking, we all know that, okay, the Nigerian business today or the Nigerian economy may not be so encouraging, right? We all know that it's going to get better. It's definitely going to get better. So we do what we can now to, help us get to where we want to be. But I would say that that scale is constantly shifting.
In Nigeria, the struggle is real, but so is the spirit of survival. Let's celebrate the power of young Nigerians as they work towards realizing their dreams.
Hello and welcome to the news on NTA International. I am Frama Panya. Let's begin with the headlines. Federal government reaffirmed its commitment to safe return of all those in captivity. Nigeria unveils African quality mark for made in Nigeria product to boost intra-African trade. Ghana's inflation increased marginally for second consecutive time, rising from 3.4% in April to 3.7% in May 2026. Begin by telling you that the federal government has insisted that the safe return of all those in captivity is a national priority. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, reinstated while briefing the media on the escalating security situation in Nigeria. Salihu Abdullahi Kwanara reports.
For decades now, Nigeria has been battling complex security challenges with recent cases of kidnapping, undermining ongoing efforts by the security operatives. The government spokesman, alongside spokespersons of all security agencies in Nigeria, are here for an update on the new strategy being adopted to guarantee peace.
What distinguishes the Tinubu's administration response is not merely the deployment of force, but the adoption of comprehensive, intelligence-led approach to national security, combined with an ongoing and long overdue overhaul of the nation's security architecture. One of the pillars of this overhaul is the determined implementation of state policing that is dynamic, flexible, and fit for purpose, one that truly empowers and secures local communities across the length and breadth of our nation.
He highlighted improved economy and effective implementation of the rule of law as enduring solutions to insecurity.
At the same time, all citizens, regardless of their political affiliation, must work closely with the government and security agencies by sharing credible information and reporting suspicious activities. Defeating terrorism requires a whole of society approach. Nigeria must remain secure and united because only in an atmosphere of peace and stability can our democracy economy, media, national aspirations continue to flourish.
Security agencies cannot respond just to political demands or to popular outcry. They must use their best training to do threat assessment and to know when it is time to move in. So these are the angles that the public do not always understand in the difficult work of security planning. And this is what is happening even today.
But let me reassure Nigerians that wherever terrorists are, anybody who takes up arms against Nigeria, the Nigerian armed forces will fish him out and he will be neutralized.
However, all Nigerians should be rest assured that the federal government and all the security agencies are doing the needful.
It's quite unfortunate, the incident that happened in Oyo State, and you can see NFCDC and other agencies, we are really working hard to get to the root of the matter.
There is a call for all to unite against terror. In Abuja, Salihu Abdullahi Gwanara, NTA News.
Significant progress has been made towards establishing state police, with a constitutional amendment expected soon, following months of consultations among the executive, the National Assembly and security authorities. The Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, disclosed this while briefing State House correspondents after a consultative meeting on state police convened by the Presidency at the State House, Abuja. Gbajabiamila said deliberations on the proposed state police framework began several months ago, following a directive by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, noting that the process has gained considerable traction. He explained that establishing state police requires careful consideration of constitutional and legal issues and cannot be implemented hastily.
The state police is not something that you do with a wave of the hand or a snap of a finger. There's a lot involved in terms of constitution and legalities. And thank God now a lot of traction. We've gained a lot of traction. Hopefully the amendment will come shortly, and then the details of the amendment will come after that. Right now, what we're looking at is the constitutional amendment itself, and then the enabling law will follow thereafter. So that's what we've been deliberating on in the last couple of hours, and hopefully we know that there's a national consensus on the establishment of a state police. I don't think there is any debate on that. It is something that the President has wanted and has been talking about for some time, since last year. And he will be giving a full report on this meeting and the outcome of this meeting.
Consultations convened by the federal government to develop a workable framework for establishment of state police, an initiative aimed at strengthening internal security, improving local intelligence gathering, and enhancing the capacity of sub-national governments to address emerging security challenges across the country. President Tinubu has maintained in the last few months that state police is a necessary response to Nigeria's evolving security challenges, advocating that a decentralized policing structure will strengthen grassroots security, enhance intelligence gathering, and improve the protection of lives and property. The meeting was attended by the Deputy President of the Senate, Jibrin Barrow, the Deputy Speaker of House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, and the Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, among other senior or government officials. The Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, has described the Minister of State Designate for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Shola Enikonolayi, as a national asset. The Chief of Staff to the remarks at the State House during a send-off ceremony organized by his office in honor of the Minister Designate, who was heated to a senior special assistant to the President on Foreign Affairs and International Relations. He expressed confidence in Ambassador Enikonolayi's ability to excel in his new role and contribute significantly to Nigeria's diplomatic engagement. President Bola Tinubu appointed the career diplomat and former permanent secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as Minister of State for Foreign Affairs on April 29, 2026, after he had served for 3 years as an SSA.
While commending President Tinubu for elevating the ambassador, Gbajabiamila extolled the institutional capacity of the minister-designate, noting that the nation stands to benefit immensely from his wealth of knowledge and experience in diplomacy and international relations. In a statement by the State House Director of Information and Public Relations, Abiodun Oladunjoye, the minister-designate Ambassador Enikonolaye thanked President Tinubu for finding him worthy to serve first as an SSA and now as Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. As artificial intelligence continues to reshape workplaces and economies across the globe, governments are increasingly seeking ways to balance technological innovations with protection of workers' rights. At the 114th session of the International Labour Conference in Geneva, Switzerland, Nigeria joined the global conversation advocating inclusive and human-centered AI policies that promote decent work, safeguard jobs, and ensure no worker is left behind in the digital transition. The Minister of Labour and Employment, Mohammed Megari Dingyadi, made the position known while presenting Nigeria's response to the report of the Director General of the International Labour Organization. Joseph Otsen reports.
Delegations across the world has converged on Geneva, Switzerland for the 2026 International Labour Conference, a key platform for reviewing labour policies and assessing the implementation of international labour standards among member states. Nigeria's delegation is led by the Minister of Labour and Employment, Mohammed Megari Dingyadi, alongside representatives of government, employers and workers. This year's conference is placing special emphasis on the opportunities and challenges presented by emerging technologies, particularly artificial intelligence, under the theme, A Moment of Choice, Enhancing Artificial Intelligence for Decent Work. Presenting Nigeria's position before the conference, the minister highlighted the federal government's commitment to leveraging technology to drive productivity, economic growth, and job creation, while ensuring that workers' rights and decent work principles remain protected.
I am confident that with the commitment of Mr. President, this issue of AI and digital economy is going to be a reality. And the federal government is very committed to it and is very serious about it.
Recent innovations now entails people working from home, people working on platforms, right, like Uber, like all of those. And then there's a need to now define appropriate measures to measure their role and their impact. And for us at NETITF to begin to understand how best to situate our mandate within those new work realities.
The establishment of the Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy to explore digital innovations and create decent jobs, and infusion of digital services, especially in public service, to the government underscores its commitment. Joseph Otsen, NTA News.
The federal government has reiterated its commitment to strengthening bilateral cooperation with the United Arab Emirates UAE in the areas of water supply, sanitation and irrigated agriculture as part of efforts to enhance food security, economic growth and sustainable development. Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation Professor Joseph Utsef stated this when he received the UAE ambassador to Nigeria, Salem Said Al-Shamsi, who paid him a working visit in Abuja. In a statement by the Director of Information and Public Relations, the Ministry, Funmi Imuetion, quoted the minister as saying that since the assumption of this administration, government has prioritized agriculture and water supply as key pillars for achieving national food security, expanding access to clean and safe water, creating employment opportunities for youth, and promoting inclusive economic growth. He emphasized that Nigeria remains committed to deepening collaboration with the UAE in areas of mutual benefit, particularly in water resources development, sanitation and irrigation system. Professor Utsef assured the delegation that the ministry will continue to work closely with the UAE to exchange technical expertise, explore investment opportunities, strengthen institutional cooperation and identify viable areas of intervention that will advance sustainable water management and agricultural productivity. The UAE ambassador to Nigeria, Salem Saeed Al-Shamsi, said the visit was aimed at strengthening partnership with Nigeria on the Sustainable Power and Irrigation for Nigeria SPIN initiative, as well as exploring opportunities for collaboration on ongoing water and energy-related projects that can deliver mutual benefits. He expressed appreciation to President Tinubu for strengthening bilateral relations between both countries, noting that improved synergy has significantly increased trade between Nigeria and the UAE. The UAE ambassador also extended an invitation to the minister to attend the forthcoming water forum scheduled for December to be co-hosted by the UAE and Senegal. The forum will bring together global leaders and stakeholders to share knowledge and best practices on improving access to water and sanitation services, particularly in underserved communities. Now, both parties reaffirmed their commitment to deepening cooperation in sustainable water management, irrigation development, and shared prosperity between the two nations. Ghana's inflation has increased marginally for the second consecutive month, rising from 3.4% in April to 3.7% in May 2026. Latest consumer price index data from the Ghana Statistical Service on Wednesday, June 3, 2026, shows inflation increased by 0.3%. The rise in inflation has been attributed to rising fuel price, which has come on the back of soaring international crude price and a depreciation local currency. The report.
The month-on-month increase in inflation marks a notable shift after months of sustained disinflation, even though the current level remains significantly below the 18.4% recorded in May 2025. Driving the latest uptick is renewed pressure from food prices. Inflation for food and non-alcoholic beverages climbed sharply to 3.3% in May, from 2.2% in April. Monthly, food inflation nearly doubled to 2%, from 0.8%, underscoring a fresh acceleration in household cost pressures. Non-food inflation, however, eased slightly to 4.1% from 4.2%, indicating the broader inflation environment remains relatively contained, with food emerging as a key driver of the latest movement. Locally produced items continue to account for the bulk of inflationary pressure, recording an annual rate of 5%, up from 4.7% in April, contributing more than 92% of the overall inflation outcome. Imported inflation also edged up but remained subdued at 0.9%. By classification, services recorded the highest inflation rate of 9.9%, compared with 1.4% for goods, reflecting persistent price pressures in service-related costs. Regionally, the Northeast region recorded the highest inflation rate of 10.1%, while the Savannah region registered deflation of negative 3%.
We'll pause here, take a short break, more reports right after.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now, the World Bank Group has begun a high-level field assessment of Ghana's cocoa forest RED Plus program as part of efforts to scale up climate financing and sustainable land use interventions. The visit to the Atewa landscape in Eastern region is also expected to shape discussions on the second phase of investment under the initiative. Here's a report.
The $50 million climate fighting program is aimed at reducing deforestation, restoring degraded forest and improving livelihoods in Ghana's cocoa growing communities. As part of efforts to assess the impact of the program, a delegation from the World Bank Group led by its Vice President for Planet, Gwanzin Shan embarked on a tour visiting the Etiwa Hotspot Intervention Area in the Eastern region. The delegation first paid a courtesy call on the Ochihini, Isajifo Amwetio for Penny at Chebi, where discussions focused on climate action, environmental conservation and sustainable development.
We can talk about sustainability and all of that if our people are not taken care of, if our women are not encouraged to live a life where they won't be only baby-making women, but contribute to the community, we may not stand a chance to fight this climate change.
The World Bank Vice President commended the Ochihini's commitment to environmental sustainability and reaffirmed the bank's support for efforts to preserve Ghana's forests while promoting economic opportunities for local communities.
I think carbon finance is an important source of financing, but it's not sufficient to meet all the demands in the community, in the country. So we want to see that as a national priorities, and the government pursue that, and of course we can be a partnership with the government in pursuing that.
The Chief Executive of the Forestry Commission, Mr. Hugh Brown, said the program is demonstrating how climate financing can deliver measurable benefits at the community level while strengthening forest governance and supporting sustainable land use.
By the benefits that they are getting, they are even supporting initiatives to protect forests. So to me, that is great. And then, of course, the Forestry Commission, we've always been making a lot of noise about the fact that we need more logistics. This has helped us to procure motorbikes, vehicles, and build capacity to strengthen institutional capacity generally.
The World Bank delegation also toured beneficiary communities within the Etiwa landscape to assess projects funded through carbon revenue generated under the program. These include the provision of farm inputs, tree seedlings, mechanized borehole, school furniture, and support for climate-smart agricultural practices designed to improve productivity while protecting forest resources.
The Fourth African Interparliamentary Conference on Family, Sovereignty and Values has opened up in Accra. The Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, called on African leaders and policymakers to resist external pressures that seek to impose foreign cultural and legal norms on the continent, insisting that Africa must remain steadfast in protecting its cultural identity, family values and strong sovereignty.
The four-day program with the theme Consolidating Parliamentary Consensus, Advancing the African Charter of Family Values and Sovereignty, focused on family resilience, data governance, African cultural identity and youth development. The founder and general overseer of the Action Chapel International, Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, hoped for an Africa where citizens can realize their dreams and aspirations and not feel that is only possible outside the continent.
I have a dream that in my lifetime, Africa will be so developed by principles that works for us, not by principles that works for others, but by principles that works for us as we look at our culture and as individual sovereign countries, that no son and no daughter of the continent of Africa will queue for visas to go to any other nations for greener pastures.
The Chief of Staff, Mr. Julius Debra, emphasized that economic independence is crucial to safeguarding national sovereignty, arguing that cultural sovereignty must be backed by economic self-reliance.
We must build economies capable of supporting the social systems we seek to protect. We must strengthen domestic production, support African enterprises, expand regional trade, and create pathways to prosperity that are anchored in our own priorities and realities.
The Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Alban Bagbin, cautioned against attempts to make development cooperation and international partnerships conditional upon the adaptation of social and legal frameworks that are inconsistent with traditions and values of other continents.
We in Africa do not seek to dictate the internal legal frameworks of other continents. And we expect in turn the same respect for our sovereignty. And I want to plead with all of you to let us reject the false premises that modernization requires the erasure of our cultural identity.
The 4th African Interparliamentary Conference on Family Sovereignty and Values ends on Saturday, June 6, 2026.
Hundreds of foreign nationals have fled their homes in South Coast, South Africa, seeking refuge in community halls after mobs of locals reportedly went door to door, demanding that migrants leave the country. Gloria Abor reports. In KwaZulu-Natal province, tensions have escalated as groups of residents allegedly targeted foreign nationals, forcing them out of their homes. Witnesses say the mobs moved from street to street, warning migrants to vacate or face violence.
The people, they just chased us away. They didn't ask us that we have a documents of not, just chased us away, so like a dogs.
Authorities have confirmed that community halls are now serving as temporary shelters for those displaced, with humanitarian groups stepping in to provide food and support. This latest wave of unrest highlights the ongoing challenges of xenophobia in South Africa, where foreign nationals often face hostility amid economic hardship and high unemployment.
In the community, they were like Somalians, Malawians, Zimbabweans, Zambians, Congos. Yeah, so many of them fled. Others, they are still there living, but they are looking inside their houses.
Police say they are monitoring the situation closely, but migrants remain fearful, uncertain of when it will be safe to return to their homes. As tensions continue to rise, the world watches South Africa grapple with the deep-rooted issue of xenophobia. For now, hundreds of families remain displaced, hoping for peace and protection. Glory Ebo, NTA News. Turkish authorities have rescued 30 undocumented migrants crammed inside a tanker truck in southeastern Turkey near the border with Iran. The discovery highlights the desperate journeys many undertake in search of safety and opportunity. Let's hear from Gloria Paul once more. Officers carefully removed migrants from the dark, confined interior of the tanker truck. Local police say the vehicle was intercepted during routine checks in a province bordering Iran. Inside, 30 men, women and children were found, exhausted, frightened, and struggling for air. The migrants, believed to be from neighboring countries, had endured hours in suffocating conditions. Their faces tell a story of hardship and hope, risking everything for a chance at a better life. Authorities are investigating the smugglers behind the operation, while humanitarian groups warn that such dangerous journeys are becoming increasingly common along Turkey's eastern frontier. For the rescued migrants, survival inside the tanker truck was a narrow escape. Their ordeal underscores the human cost of migration, where desperation meets danger and lives hang in the balance. From the borderlands of Turkey, this is a reminder that behind every statistics are human beings, each with a story of struggle and resilience. Glory Ebo, NTA News. A group of European countries have called on the EU to make it harder for Russians to holiday in Europe as the war in Ukraine grinds through a fifth year. The EU interior ministers discussed the issue raised by Poland, Norway, the Baltic states, and the other non-members of the Free Movement Schengen area at the meeting in Luxembourg. The meeting observed that it has been deeply troubling to witness increasing number of Russian tourists enjoying leisure travel on European beaches and in European resorts, while missiles and drones continue to strike civilians and civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. The bloc has suspended its visa facilitation agreement with Russia and last November moved to deny Russians multi-entry visas. The number of visas issued to Russians has dropped sharply from more than 4 million before the war to about 500,000 in 2024. More than 470,000 tourist Schengen visas were issued to Russian citizens in 2025, with many multi-entry, while proponents argued ordinary Russians should feel more impact from the war Other EU nations say it will be wrong to use visa restriction as blanket punitive measure. Residents of Lebanon are reacting with cautious skepticism following the U.S. brokered extension of a fragile ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, while the agreement promises new pilot security zones free for Hezbollah militants. Fresh Israeli drone strikes have already cast doubt on the durability of peace. Glory Abbo has more on Global Update.
Smoke rise across southern Lebanon as Israel drones continue to strike, despite the ceasefire extension hailed by Lebanon's president as the last chance for a durable end to fighting. In Beirut, residents question whether the ceasefire will truly bring balance. They insist it must not favor one side, warning that Israel's freedom of movement could undermine trust. Others demand guarantee that Israel has no ambition to occupy Lebanese territory once Hezbollah is removed from the equation. But skepticism runs deep as they recall Israel's past action, saying once it occupies something, it does not withdraw. Meanwhile, the human toll continues to mount. A drone strike on a motorcycle in Marob killed one person and wounded another. Additional strikes were reported in villages, leaving residents fearful and uncertain. Israel has warned civilians to avoid areas south of the Zarani River, claiming ongoing operations against Hezbollah facilities. For many Lebanese, the ceasefire feels fragile, overshadowed by the smoke of fresh attacks and memories of the past occupations. As families mourn and communities brace for what comes next, the question remains, will this ceasefire bring peace, or is it just another pause in a cycle of violence? Glory Agbo, NTA News.
Time to take another break. Please don't go away.
You have no better friend and partner than Nigeria. Let this unveiling today be a call to conscience. Let our practitioners hold the line of truth. To the media, please inform with integrity and with a deep sense of patriotism. To our public officers, communicate with transparency. To citizens, please let us speak with empathy. Let us come together to become the voice of responsibility, the voice of the world that heals division, that inspires hope and drives development.
Thanks for staying tuned. The federal government has inaugurated a high-powered National Steering Committee to oversee the implementation of the Renewed Hope Cooperative Reform and Revamp Program 2025 to 2030, aimed at strengthening cooperative as key drivers of food security, economic growth, and job creation. Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security and Supervising Minister of Cooperative Affairs, Dr. Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, described the cooperatives as vital platforms for agricultural production, access to finance, value chain development, and inclusive economic participation. He said the initiative is fully aligned with the Renewed Hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and seeks to transform cooperatives into modern, digitally enabled, transparent, productive, and investment-ready institutions. Sabi Abdullahi noted that the program approved by the National Council on Cooperative Affairs is designed to reposition Nigeria's cooperative sector as a strategic tool for achieving food security, poverty reduction, financial inclusion, and social empowerment. He explained that the National Steering Committee was established as the apex coordinating and policy guiding body for the program, with a broad mandate covering governance, digitalization, financing, and institutional strengthening.
To achieve the following: strengthen cooperative governance and institutions, drive nationwide cooperative sector digitalization through the National Cooperative Smart Registry, Cooperative Verification Number, and Cooperative Member Identification Number, COP-ID. Facilitating the establishment of the Cooperative Bank of Nigeria and related cooperative financing mechanisms, promoting agricultural value chains through farmers producer cooperative organizations and comparative cooperative farms, supporting youth, women, persons with disabilities, and vulnerable groups through targeted cooperative empowerment initiatives.
And for decades, the biggest threat to African trade has not been tariffs or borders, it has been standards. But that is about to change following the unveiling of African Quality Mark for eligible made-in-Nigeria products in Abuja. Benny Adams reports that the African Organization for Standardization, also alongside the Standard Organization of Nigeria, SON, are rewriting the rule book to unlock a market of 1.3 billion consumers. The report.
These are more than 200 MSMEs tested, trusted, and now certified to export beyond their borders. Their ambition is global, but the immediate target is continental. Under the African Continental Free Trade Area, the promise is to trade without borders.
Very soon we'll start with our neighboring countries, Niger. From there we move to the other African countries. I'm so excited that our airport has been recognized, and we'll do more to ensure that we have covered the Africa with our production.
With the presentation of Africa Dual Quality Mark for Made in Nigeria products, part of the many barriers to trade is sorted. ASO and SON are aggressively harmonizing thousands of product standards, prioritizing agriculture, agro-processing, and emerging green manufacturing.
It assures consumers and trading partners that certified products satisfy agreed requirements for safety, quality, reliability, and performance across continents.
Then you are opening up a market of 1.4 billion of people.
Quality is not only in food production or in textile. Quality is also needed in politics, in governance.
Stakeholders believe that for Nigeria that seeks to expand its non-oil exports, adopting these unified benchmarks is not just about selling more within Africa, but it is about building a made-in-Africa brand that can effortlessly bypass international trade barriers on the global stage. In Abuja, Benny Adams, NTA News.
And now talking judiciary matters, the Federal High Court Abuja has ordered Omoyele Sowore to open his defense in the alleged trial of cyberbullying of President Bola Tinubu. Judiciary correspondent Ose Angebe reports that the trial judge, Justice Muhammad Umar, also ordered for a day-to-day hearing beginning June 5, 2026.
The matter was slated for Thursday to await the response of the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court following the letter written by the defendant dated 19th May 2026, where he asked for reassignment of the matter from Justice Muhammad Umar to another judicial officer. But upon commencement of proceeding, the DSS prosecution Akinlo Lukein, the senior advocate of Nigeria, said they are in receipt of the response from the Chief Judge, which declined the request by the defendant and urged the court to order the defendant to open its case. But the defense counsel, Masha Abubakar, said the content of the letter in paragraph 3 advised him to write a formal letter for recusal. With this argument, the judge decided to read the letter himself and ruled that there is nowhere the defendant is being asked to write a letter. He therefore ordered the defendant to open his case beginning from June 5th, 2026, and that hearing shall be day to day. From the Federal High Court, Abuja, Austin Anyebe, NTA News.
The FCT Police Command has debunked reports of an alleged kidnapping incident said to have occurred at Phase 1 Primary School, Bagalape, Abuja. A statement by the command's public relations officer, SP Josephine Ade, said at approximately 10:30 a.m. on Wednesday, officers of the FCT Police Command attached to Nyanya Division received a distress call alleging an ongoing kidnapping incident at Phase 1 Primary School, Bagalape, Abuja. The statement explained that upon receipt, the DPO Nyanya Division immediately mobilized officers and surveillance team to the scene. It explained that preliminary investigations revealed that students had suddenly started shouting kidnappers and running out of the school premises, creating panic among teachers and members of the community. Consequently, school premises was cordoned off and thoroughly searched by responding officers, while also questioning persons within and around the school premises. The statement affirmed that no kidnapping incident was established, no suspect cited, and no victim was identified. And meanwhile, the Oyo State Police Command has debunked the viral message currently circulating across various social media platforms, alleging that the pupils and teachers abducted from Ahoro, Esiele, and Yawota communities in Orire local government area of Oyo State have been released by the abductors. In a release by the Command Police Public Relations Officer DSP Ayonlade Olayinka, the command states unequivocally that the claim is false, misleading, and entirely substantiated. As of the time of this release, there has been no such development, and members of the public are advised to disregard the report in its entirety. Security can no longer be viewed as the sole responsibility of government because around the world, successful security frameworks increasingly rely on partnerships among government institutions, security agencies, and private sector operators driven by technology. How to achieve this was laid out in Abuja, where stakeholders x-rayed how players in the sector can collaborate more effectively and strategically in ways that strengthen national security while preserving the authority and leadership of the state institutions. The convener, Dr. Charles Awuzie, said it will provide a platform for stakeholders to brainstorm and find solutions to support security agencies and complement them to secure Nigeria better.
Focus on practical and actionable discussions around security policy, intelligence integration, public-private partnerships, local defense manufacturing, artificial intelligence, surveillance systems, security financing, and the future of Nigeria's security architecture. If we can talk and make advocacy and lobby and tell them this is what we want, this is the contribution we are making, we believe the government will listen. Allow the private sector to get involved. Let the private sector make use of technology. They create jobs, and before you know it, this thing will become a thing of the past.
The conflicts in Liberia and Sierra Leone are among the most significant peace enforcement operations in West Africa's history. As regional instability threatened security across the sub-region, Nigeria led efforts through ECOMOG to restore peace and democratic audit. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa reports that decades later, the Army War College Nigeria is reflecting on the lessons from those interventions and their relevance to contemporary security challenges.
From Sierra Leone to Liberia, Nigeria's role in ECOMOG peace support operations remains a defining chapter in regional security. Beyond contributing the largest contingent of troops and military assets, Nigeria played a critical role in restoring peace, stability, and democratic governance in both countries.
The Liberia-Sierra Leone experience.
At this symposium on Nigeria's participation in ECOMOG, organized by the Army War College Nigeria, discussions focused on the root causes of the conflicts, lessons learned, and their applications to ongoing counter-insurgency operations in Nigeria.
These operations tested our capacity for coalition warfare, operational art, civil-military coordination and intervention under complex and often fluid conditions. It is therefore essential that we critically examine these experiences to inform current doctrine, enhance operational effectiveness, and strengthen our preparedness for future engagements. The Liberia-Sierra Leone experience has taught us that without tackling the socio-economic and political grievances among the people, we cannot have a peaceful coexistence in communities in developing countries. The economic operation brought the realization that military intervention alone is not enough in quelling uprising or insurgency in countries of the third world, particularly Africa.
The symposium forms part of the college history scheme, designed to draw from past military experiences to drive innovation, particularly indigenous capability development, a critical element of modern warfare. In Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
Still talking security, troops of the Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Hatton have rescued 2 kidnapped victims abducted from the Ngoshe community. A statement by the Media Information Officer Operation Hatton Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba says the victims identified as Maria Muhammad and her 1-year-old son, Allah Muhammad, were among those abducted during the terrorist attack on Ngoshe on 3rd March 2026 and held at the terrorist enclave within the Mandara Mountains before escaping following intense military operation terrorist hideouts. Similarly, 2 additional family members identified as Binta Umaru and her 2-year-old daughter Hafsat Ibrahim escaped from another terrorist enclave within the Mandara Mountains and surrendered to troops deployed along Goza-Nemankara Road. Federal Ministry of Women Affairs is appealing for increased awareness on expansions of the second phase of the federal government and World Bank co-finance Human Capital Development Program under Sustainable Procurement, Environmental and Social Standards Enhancement Project. The Minister of Women Affairs, who is one of the implementing partners, laid emphasis on sustainability plan for the project after she was briefed by the field workers who explained that project is a fully funded professional courses offered in 6 universities across the 6 geopolitical zones of the country and open to the public. The aim, they said, is to build acceptable social standards certification in Nigeria in line with the tenets of achieving the sustainable procurement, environmental and social standards enhancement, professionals to tackle gender-based violence, child labor, among other things.
As we go into the phase 2, we start stronger. If you heard me, I've called for a few things. In rounding up, I would like support towards a few policies, and also I requested for a reconstitution. I'd like to invite everyone to take advantage of it. It's important that as a country we strengthen our social workforce. This will complement Mr. President's agenda for the care economy.
The Space C project is an ambitious investment by the government of Nigeria with the support of the World Bank. And the intention is to build this capacity to ensure that we have competent professionals across the country, both public and private sector.
Team members pledged their commitment to upholding transparent, ethical and standards in empowering individuals, strengthening institutions to ensure success of the project, which is a World Bank-supported initiative. It's time to take our final break on the news. Please stay tuned. And the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEC, has approved special compensation for Band A customers arising from grid generation constraints. This is in recognition of the significant generation shortfalls experienced across the Nigerian electricity supply industry between February and March 2026, which affected the ability of distribution companies to meet the committed service levels for some Band A customers. NEC attributes the shortfalls to inadequate gas supply and vandalism of critical gas and transmission infrastructure, factors which the Commission admits are beyond the direct operational control of the DISCOs. Under the compensation scheme, prepaid customers will receive token credits while postpaid customers will receive compensation through bill adjustments. The Commission says it will continue to monitor implementation and verify compliance by the distribution companies to ensure all eligible customers receive the compensation due to them. Meanwhile, Nigerians who generate their own electricity from solar can now sell access to the national grid under the Net Billing Regulation 2026 that comes into effect. The statement by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission NEC states that under the scheme, eligible customers who install renewable energy systems, primarily solar photovoltaic setups, can use the electricity they generate from their own needs and export the access to their distribution company's network, and in return, they will receive credit based on an export tariff approved by the Commission. NEC says the regulations are designed to broaden access to clean energy, ease pressure on the national grid, draw private investment into distributed power generation, and help Nigeria reduce its green gas emissions. NEC reveals that to qualify, applicants must be connected to a licensed distribution company's network and install a renewable energy system with a capacity between 50 kilowatts peak and 1.5 megawatts peak a range that covers large residential installations as well as commercial and industrial facilities. Now, in the world of leadership and decision-making, influence is often quiet, strategic, and deliberate. This is the essence of public relations at the highest level, managing upward. At the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations NIPR FCT Chapter May General Meeting, PR strategist and former chairman of the NIPR Abuja Chapter, Dr. Joe Ita, shared insights from his professional journey in thought-provoking presentation titled Whispering to Power, Strategic PR and My Journey with CEOs. Haman Jabani reports.
Managing upwards play a vital role in shaping perception at the executive level, facilitating effective communication between leadership and teams, building productive leadership, and ultimately enabling organizational success. And when properly applied, it ensures that decisions are better informed and aligned with organizational goals. This is why in his presentation, Dr. Joe Ita says managing upwards is a critical internal public relations function that strengthens organizations rather than manipulating leadership. He further described the modern PR professionals as a chief translation officer whose responsibility goes beyond crafting messages to interpreting and aligning leadership vision with operational realities. Drawing from his experience working closely with CEOs, he noted that PR professionals must translate vision into actionable steps, bring order to complexity, and turn strategy into measurable outcomes that drives growth and efficiency.
It's a place to be able to guide him, work with him, make suggestions to him in a very mild and amicable way, in such a way that at the end of the day, he works with you to achieve the organizational goals that you intend to.
Members shared perspectives, asked questions, and made valuable inputs on the practical application of managing upwards in public relations in both public and private sector organizations, while highlighting the need for continuous professional development and ethical practice in navigating leadership dynamics. The forum called for a renewed commitment among members to strengthen their strategic role within organizations, reinforce the importance of public relations as a key driver of effective leadership and organizational success. Various committees presented reports, and members were urged to position themselves as trusted advisors within leadership structure. Haman Jabani, NTA News.
The stakeholders in Nigeria's creative industry have endorsed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's reforms, describing them as strategic steps towards repositioning the sector for economic growth and national development. In a press conference in Abuja, the stakeholders unveiled the platform to mobilize creatives across the country in support of policies aimed at strengthening the creative economy. The forum noted that President Tinubu's administration has shown commitment to harnessing the potential of the sector through initiatives designed to create opportunities, empower talent, and expand the industry's contribution to national development.
Into key positions in our industry, something that never happened before in the industry. Now we need to sensitize members of the creative industry, actors, musicians, fine artists, visual arts, publishers. Let them understand what this man has done for us.
We have never had a ministry that is dedicated to creative. All we had was art and culture. It stops there. But now it is with economy, the creative economy. And that is what this is all about. Getting them to say, a man who has done this for this industry, we need him to do more.
Like minds in the creative sector have come together to recognize the good work of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and to also use this as an avenue to push for his cause, to push for his agenda towards coming back.
The group urged creatives to complement their role in shaping culture by actively participating in the democratic process and supporting efforts to get towards national progress. As Nigeria intensifies efforts to build millions of technical talent as a pathway to its trillion-dollar economy aspiration, more school children are being introduced to hands-on science, technology, and digital learning at an early age. And beyond classrooms, the goal is to nurture a generation of innovators equipped to power the country's future economy. Chidema NDBC will tell us more.
Youths of this generation are referred to as digital natives. Use of technology is second nature to them. Even toddlers will surprise you in this regard. But focus is shifting from technology consumption to grooming innovators of tomorrow that will create and develop homegrown solutions that will be marketable globally. The federal government is on a move to achieve this, taking a step to have 1 million young technical talents in the nearest future by providing technology and ICT training to the younger ones. Ivan, an SS2 student of Government Science Secondary School, Maitama, is among many students that are being given hands-on training on ICT, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, as government schools partner a non-governmental organization, High Tech Center for Women and Youths, in this regard.
I've learned how to repair phones and tablets, how to empower solar panels and so many other things. And with this, I know that in my future, even though I don't have any other career, I know that I can participate in ICT careers.
We had over almost 300 teachers already on the platform who had gone through trainings virtually every day. So wherever you are in Nigeria, you can actually join this training. Just in a month, we have had over 1,000 children trained. They are learning so many of these industrial skills, like what we call emerging technologies, artificial intelligence.
We have learned data management, cybersecurity. We teach the student practicals.
Ensure we expose young people at a very early age into STEM, and not just STEM, them being able to be financially and economically empowered.
The advocacy now is for availability of more funds, so innovations developed by these youths will not remain on the shelf but commercialized. In Abuja, Chimdima Ndubisi, NTA News.
And that report is where we conclude the news at this time. Thank you for being a part of it. I am Frama Panyam. Bye for now.
Had called for a meeting with the Badge Operators Association of Nigeria.
Female genital mutilation is any partial or total removal of the female genitalia for non-medical reason. FGM inflicts lifelong injuries on women and their female children. It constitutes a violation of women's fundamental human rights and threats to bodily integrity. Globally, more than 200 million girls and women alive today have undergone female genital mutilation. The practice of FGM is high in Nigeria, with 1/4 of the global estimate occurring in the country, and it cuts across all social, cultural, and geopolitical zones in the country. The physical and psychological damage is likely to continue throughout a survivor's life, limiting a capacity to participate fully in society. FGM is a criminal offense in Nigeria. Perpetrators can be jailed for 4 years or 200,000 naira fine. Are you at risk of any form of violence, or you know someone who is? Please speak out now. Break the silence. Let's eliminate violence against women and girls.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Genital mutilation is any partial or total removal of the female genitalia for non-medical reason.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today.
This is the network service of the NTA.
I'm glad to have you join us on the program from the National Assembly. I am Ignatius Nkwo. Well, in the wake of the xenophobic attack against Nigerians in South Africa, members of the House of Representatives at the plenary of 5th of May 2026 condemned the attack once again and then called on the federal government to immediately embark on the evacuation of Nigerians in South Africa. It also called for the temporary suspension of business permits to South Africans. Also at that plenary, the Managing Director of Bank of Agriculture briefed members on the proposed Agri-Hub and how it will enhance members' constituency development.
Section is called to order. National Anthem. Pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend her unity, uphold her honor and glory, so help me God. Shall we pray? We beseech thee to inspire and guide all our counsels and actions, so that we may always walk in the path of justice, love, and charity to one another. Help us with thy grace to do only those things that will promote the unity, peace, happiness, and prosperity of Nigeria. Amen. Dear Honorable Speaker, decline of ASCENT, National Identity Management Commission Establishment Act 2026. Pursuant to Section 58, subsection 4 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, I hereby convey to the House of Representatives my decision to decline assent to the National Identity Management Commission Establishment Act 2026 on the basis that the bill, as correctly drafted, contains several structural defects, while also missing critical provisions in the long title and its body. The long title of the bill makes reference to the repeal of the existing act, but does not indicate that the bill also seeks to reenact the legislation. For clarity and completeness in legislative drafting, the long title should reflect both the repeal and the reenactment where applicable. Section 4, subsection 2 of the bill incorrectly referred to members of the board under Section 4, subsection 1, paragraph C, as part-time members to be appointed by the President. However, all the listed representatives of institutions in that provision are ex-officio members of the board, who are members by virtue of their offices. Accordingly, Section 4, subsection 2, reference this Section 4, subsection 1, paragraph C, is erroneous, as a requirement of being appointed by the President's citizenship and holding office on a part-time are inapplicable to the representatives of this institution. Section 4, 1, paragraph B of the bill provides for 4 executive commissions as members of the board, but does not specify the authority responsible for their appointment. Section 4.5 of the bill prescribes the required experience and professional qualification of the board. Among others, please accept, Right Honorable Speaker, the assurances of my highest consideration and personal regard.
And distinguished colleagues, I have several petitions, but I will only take the one that touches the life of Nigerians today. This one is signed by Mr. Patrick Anozie. This petition is addressed to you, Mr. Speaker, against what he considered to be gross victimization, unlawful suspension of salary, constructive dismissal, and abuse by Sterling Global Oils. The prayers are well engrafted here. The second one is coming from Magdor Communication on behalf of Ms. Constable Oche. Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, this petition is against unlawful, wrongful dismissal from office by the Nigerian police force. Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, I seek your leave to lay these 2 important petitions that it touches the life of Nigerians. Assume.
Leave is hereby granted. You may now lay the petition. Any other petition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition from one Chief J.I. Madoka, being represented by the law firm of C.C. Okachukwu and Co., barristers, solicitors, and corporate consultants. Mr. Speaker, the petition is addressed to you. It's a petition for an urgent appeal for intervention against the violation of the constitutional right to property, lawful trespasses, environmental destruction of land, and economic estate by the Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited. Mr. Speaker, may I take your leave to lay the petition?
Shall leave is hereby granted. You may now lay a petition.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition signed by Alison Okoro. This petition is addressed to you. It's against the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, for non-payment and refusal to pay dividends due to shareholders of Oando Nigeria PLC. May I seek your permission to lay this petition, sir?
Any other petition? Yes.
The Right Honourable Speaker, this petition is addressed to you. The petition is against Oando Nigerian PLC for the dereliction of corporate social responsibility and high-handed treatment of the host communities of Tuon Brass, Okpoma, and Iwama in the Brass Nembe Federal Constituency of Bayelsa State. Mr. Speaker, sir, as leaders of the communities, it is our belief to continue to seek peaceful resolutions, which we sincerely hope this petition will serve to achieve by bringing all the parties to the negotiation table. Permit me to lay this petition, Mr. Speaker.
Leave is hereby granted. You may now lay the petition. Any member who has a matter of urgent public importance to present to the House may please rise to do so. Is Dr. Pascal Abaduke in the House? You may now rise to make the presentation of your motion on urgent public importance.
Mr. Speaker, dear honorable colleagues, I have a motion of urgent public importance. Pursuant to our House relevant order, Order 8-5, I stand to move a motion on the urgent public importance, motion on the urgent need for the federal government to stabilize the price of jet fuel, known as aviation fuel, in Nigeria. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this motion that the motion is urgent enough to be moved. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The second leg of the motion.
I hereby second the second leg of the motion as ably moved by my colleagues. I so second.
Those in support of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The floor is yours now, Honorable Pascal.
And thanks to my colleagues for your support. Motion on the urgent public importance. Motion on the need for federal government to stabilize the price of aviation fuel to save our airlines from imminent collapse. Jet fuel accounts for approximately 40 to 60% of airlines' operational costs in Nigeria, making it the single largest expense for air carriers. The airline operators are struggling for survival while also offering quality services together with NCAA to Nigerians amidst spiraling costs of airline fuel. Concerned that many domestic airlines have been forced to reduce their flight frequency or ground aircraft entirely, leading to reduced capacity. That high cost of jet fuel, coupled with the impact of foreign exchange effects, liquidity crisis on purchase of aircraft parts, has placed imminent pressure on the balance sheet of Nigerian carriers, exposing them to potential collapse. The House is further concerned that the continuous instability in jet fuel pricing, if not urgently addressed, could lead to collapse of major domestic airlines, a scenario that would have devastating consequences to the national economy, employment, and regional integration. Mr. Speaker, dear honorable colleagues, the House therefore resolved to urgently call on the federal government through the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, to enter into a direct price stabilizing agreement with local airlines to guarantee a predictable and affordable cost of jet fuel. Mandate the Committee on Aviation, Petroleum Resources, Downstream, and Finance to conduct an immediate investigation into the crisis in the jet fuel hike and report back to the House within 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker. I urge the Honorable Minister of Aviation, Aerospace Development to present an emergency roadmap to this House within 2 weeks, detailing concrete steps to reduce the cost of jet fuel. Mr. Speaker, the House further urged the Central Bank of Nigeria to prioritize aviation sector and airline operators for foreign exchange at favorable rates, especially to aid the purchase of aircraft parts to be able to continue to keep the aircraft in good shape and ensure air safety and security in Nigeria. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I want to thank my friend and brother, High Chief Bodike, for his matter of urgent public importance, but I also owe the House a responsibility to inform that the federal government had already taken the action since asking for. First, they've granted a 30-day credit window to all airlines, so they don't have to pay, and that the aviation fuel should be sold directly to the airlines. Second, they've set up, to ensure stability, a price range window to ensure that we're making the difference between price in Lagos and Abuja to the airlines to be monitored by the Aviation Ministry and relevant agencies. So I think the federal government has shown sensitivity to the situation, and unless the only other prayer I see there is they need to investigate. I don't know if that would hold any firm foundation, because the cost of the rise in aviation fuel is known to everybody. I thought I should pass that information. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Give them direct responsibility, and then you create a committee that's supposed to investigate. You are already preempting the committee. I'm asking if you want to join prayer 3 and prayer 4 to that prayer 2, because when you are mandating the Committee of Aviation, Petroleum Resources and all that, they have the responsibility to carry out 3 and 4. Do you want to match the prayers?
And thank you for your support, and thanks to our leader. Please, Mr. Speaker, I move a motion to match prayer 2 and prayer 3 and 4 to prayer 2, so that it will serve the purpose. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
This motion is referred to Committee on Aviation, Petroleum Resources and Finance. The next motion of urgent public importance is coming from Honorable Gaza. If he's in the House, the floor is yours.
I come under Order 8 through 5 to move a matter of urgent public importance for the urgent need to curb the spate of killings in Udege development area. I move that this matter is urgent and we please take it. Thank you.
I rise to second the motion as ably moved by my friend and brother, Honorable Jonathan Gaza. I so second.
Say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The second leg of the motion, Agilo.
I rise to second the second leg of the motions ably moved by my senior colleague, Honorable Gaza. I so second, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The floor is yours, Gaza.
The House notes that on the 3rd of April 2026, armed assailants reportedly numbering in the hundreds and wielding firearms, machetes, and other dangerous weapons launched coordinated attacks on several communities in Udege development area of Nasarawa State, including Sabongida, Gidan Ujiri, Akewa Baka, and Udege Kaza. Also notes that according to official reports from the Nasarawa State Police Command, the initial attacks resulted in the death of at least 11 persons and the destruction of 52 houses. The attacks escalated on the 4th of April 2026, spreading to Apura, Agbada, Litra, and Agam communities, leading to over 70 reported fatalities and the destruction of more than 80 houses. The House is aware that the attacks escalated on the 4th, spreading to communities to over 70. Is concerned that the scale, coordination, and persistence of these attacks indicate organized violence with devastating consequences on lives, properties, and livelihoods. The House is worried about the continued insecurity in Udege development area, which possesses a serious threat to peace, food security, and socio-economic stability in Nasarawa State and its environment. Cognizant of the fact that the persistence of attacks, despite initial intervention, suggests gaps in security deployment and response mechanisms, and that the humanitarian situation of displaced persons may deteriorate further if urgent and adequate support is not provided. The House therefore resolves to, number 1, mandate the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, in collaboration with the Nasarawa State Government and other relevant agencies to provide adequate relief materials and establish well-coordinated camps for displaced persons. Secondly, call on the Inspector General of Police and other security agencies to conduct a thorough investigation into the attacks, identify the perpetrators, and ensure they are brought to justice. Number 3, encourage the federal government in collaboration with the Nasarawa State Government to facilitate sustainable peace building and conflict resolution initiatives amongst the affected communities. And number 4, the House do hold a minute of silence in honor of those who lost their lives. I so move.
I rise this afternoon to second the motion, people sensitive one indeed, ably moved by my brother and colleague. I so second.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to Committee on NEMA, Committee on Police. Is Honorable Joshua Ghana in the House? It's a matter of urgent public importance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, I rise on a matter of urgent public importance, pursuant to Order 8, Rule 5, on the standing orders of the House, on a devastating rainstorm in Mokwa, Niger State, leading to the destruction of houses, loss of lives, and property. This is an urgent matter I believe should be taken. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The second leg of the motion.
The Speaker, I rise to second the second leg of the motion as moved by my colleague. I so second. Thank you.
This motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The floor is yours.
I rise to move a motion on the devastating rainstorm in Mokwa, Niger State yesterday, leading to the destruction of houses and loss of lives and property. The House notes that the devastating rainstorm that recently ravaged Mokwa town in Niger State, resulting in a widespread destruction of homes, loss of lives, and significant damage to property. Further notes that Mokwa is a major commercial and transit hub in Niger State, experienced a severe rainstorm accompanied by strong winds, which caused unprecedented devastation across several communities. Aware that the disaster led to the collapse of residential buildings, displacement of families, destruction of personal belongings, and disruption of economic and educational activities in Niger State University of Agriculture and Aquaculture in Mokwa, leaving students in a harsh environment. Further aware that the preliminary reports indicate that lives were lost, many people sustained injuries, and 100 residents have been rendered homeless, are now in urgent need for humanitarian assistance, critical infrastructure, including roads, electricity poles, schools, and healthcare. Concerned that the increasing frequency of such extreme weather events may be linked to broader environmental and climate-related challenges requiring proactive and coordinated government response. Further concerned that the affected victims are currently exposed to harsh living conditions without adequate shelter, food, medical care, and sanitation. The capacity of the local and state emergency response agencies is already overstretched in the face of the magnitude of this disaster. Worried that the absence of adequate preventive infrastructure, such as proper drainage systems and effective urban planning, exacerbates that impact such natural disasters. Failure to act swiftly may lead to further loss of lives through disease outbreaks, hunger, and exposure. The House resolves to 1. Urges the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, in collaboration with Niger State Emergency Management Agency, NSEMA, to immediately conduct a comprehensive assessment of the damage and provide urgent relief materials, including food, temporary shelter, medical supplies, and other essentials to affected victims. 2. Mandates the relevant committees on emergency and disaster preparedness and environment to liaise with appropriate agencies to ensure prompt intervention and long-term rehabilitation to the affected communities. Calls on the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction to include the victims in its intervention programs. On the motion for this rainstorm in Mokwa, Niger State, leading to the destruction of houses and lives. The House notes that devastating rainstorm, 3, to ensure adequate support of rebuilding these people's lives. 4, urges Federal Ministry of Works and Housing in collaboration with Niger State government to assess and rehabilitate damaged infrastructure in the affected areas. And finally, urge the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, to strengthen early warning systems and improve public awareness of extreme weather conditions. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
My dear Speaker, I stand up this afternoon because of the urgency and the importance of this motion. I urge my honorable colleagues to support the motion, and I move, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to NEMA, Committee on NEMA, as well as Committee on Environment. Humanitarian Service also is there. Based on our rules, we have done 3 motions of urgent public importance. So the 4th one that is coming must be by first suspending our rules to have it happen. We have one more who will ask that Honorable Donald first move that we suspend our rules to enable us to take the 4th motion on urgent public importance. So, Donald in the House. If it's not, leader, please move that we suspend our rules and have.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that we suspend our relevant rules to enable us to take an additional motion of urgent public importance. I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion that we do suspend our relevant rules to allow the mover of the motion to present.
Who are in support of the motion that will suspend our rules to take one more motion of urgent public importance, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The floor is yours now, Honorable Donald.
Mr. Speaker, please permit me to rely on Order 8 through 5.
Honorable Billy, approach the chair. Honorable Billy, approach the chair.
To move this urgent matter of public importance on the need for the Nigerian government to take very urgent steps to protect Nigerians living in South Africa in the wake of recent xenophobic attacks
on foreign nationals in South Africa. I hereby move that relevant sections of our rules be suspended to enable me move this motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and distinguished colleagues.
Thank you very much.
I rise this afternoon to second this motion on urgent of public importance as moved by my honorable colleagues. I second, Mr. Speaker.
Those against say name. The ayes have it. The second leg of the motion that is urgent enough to be heard now.
The motion able moved by my friend that is very urgent to be heard. The second leg of it, I hereby second.
Motion say aye. Those against say name. The ayes have it. The floor is yours, Honorable Donald. Straight to the point.
The House knows that the fresh xenophobic violence currently ravaging South Africa has reached an alarming rate to the extent that Nigerian nationals in that country are being selectively targeted. Worried that the lives of two Nigerians, Ekpenyong Andrew and Amaramiro Emmanuel, were taken in separate incidents linked to rising anti-foreigner tensions in the country. Still worried that Andrew was arrested on the 19th of April 2026 in Pretoria following an alleged altercation with officials of the Sewane Metro Police. His body was later discovered at the Pretoria Central Mortuary, while Emmanuel died from injuries sustained from being beaten by personnel of the South African National Defence Force. This following day, that is on the 20th of April 2026. Concerned that both incidents were shocking as they involved South African security personnel. Very much concerned, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, that the killings came amid escalating xenophobic hostility, with viral videos showing threats, intimidation, and attempts by mobs to target foreign nationals, particularly Nigerians. Disturbed that the targeted attacks against Nigerian nationals is a demonstration of ingratitude, especially taking into cognizance the roles of Nigeria in the struggle against apartheid in South Africa. More disturbed that the trajectory in South Africa is a recipe for anger and reprisals in Nigeria, and there is need to prevent such. Therefore resolves to mandate the House Committee on Foreign Affairs to immediately liaise with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to take urgent diplomatic steps to halt the situation from getting out of hand. I so move, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, it is a shame that despite repeated diplomatic engagement and assurances from the South African government, Nigerian nationals continue to live in fear, with inadequate protection from the South African security agencies, whom at many occasions aid and protect those perpetrating these acts. Mr. Speaker, this is very, very unfortunate that in 2 years, statistics have shown that over 118 Nigerians have been killed. Presently, about 1 Nigerian is killed weekly, while over 200 plus foreigners are killed, maimed, with Nigerians as major targets of victims. Mr. Speaker, because this House is very concerned that this continued killing and harassment of Nigerians abroad undermines Nigeria's sovereignty, dents our international image, and constitute an affront to the dignity of the Nigerian state. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I would like to come up with some other amendments.
No, before you do that,
can be done after.
Before you do that, you know, I allowed you because you have similar motions.
Yes.
And you accepted to allow him take it since it's on the same subject matter. So I wanted you to speak to this motion. But what you ought to do now is to second that motion. Well, we have heard your contribution, and then we can go into amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this point, I rise to second this motion, ably moved by my colleague, Honorable Donald Ojogo.
I will yield the floor to you again to make the amendment that you are proposing. So can we hear it? Unless there's another contribution from the floor.
My amendment will be addition of prayers. And 1, to mandate the committees on foreign affairs, diaspora, and cooperation and integration in Africa to liaise with the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria, to establish a 24-hour emergency response desk and legal aid fund for distressed Nigerians in South Africa, and liaise with federal government to develop and publicize a comprehensive evacuation contingency plan for Nigerians in volatile provinces, including financial and logistical support for those willing to return home. Additional prayers, Mr. Speaker, to urge the federal government to review all bilateral agreements with South Africa, including trade and aviation treaties, targeted economic measures, including temporary suspension of issuance of business permits to new South African companies, and a review of tax incentives enjoyed by existing South African firms in Nigeria, pending demonstrable steps by South Africa to halt all these attacks, prosecute perpetrators, and compensate victims. Mr. Speaker, the last prayer here will be to mandate the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Cooperation and Integration in Africa to interface with the South African Parliament through the Pan-African Parliament to demand legislative actions against xenophobia and hate crimes. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I stand to second the motion. Ably move. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. What is happening in South Africa is a shame to Africa and should be condemned by Africans. Nigeria occupies a very significant position in the entire development of Africa, across all regions of Africa, have supported many nations to be stronger than they are today. An attack on any Nigerian anywhere is an attack to Nigerians everywhere. It ought not to be so. The voice of the Parliament is raising through this motion to the South Africans to remember where our relationship started. To remember when we said no to the oppressions, when we stood firm with them when they were oppressed. Nigerians did not allow the apartheid masters to suppress South Africans. The South Africans who are liberated should not put other Africans in their territory in bondage. This attack, they are unnecessary, they are unwarranted. It should be condemned. I put a question. Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. This motion is referred to Committee on Foreign Affairs, Cooperation and Integration, as well as treaties and conventions, to look at all our various relationships with this country, see steps to take in a situation like this. I will also ask that the Leader of the House advise the leadership on how to set up an ad hoc committee to look at parliamentary diplomacy like we have used in the time past, engaging the members of our colleague members in their parliaments to see how to solve the problem between these two allies, these two countries. We are not encouraging a retaliation of violence for violence, but we are saying the doors for diplomatic engagement should be open. So in the next 2 days, leader, you forward us a position paper on how to go about starting an ad hoc committee that will look into this. I did not see in the prayers a 1-minute silence for those who lost their life, because we are the people's parliament. Any Nigerian lost anywhere affects us. We are going to join this with the plea of Honorable Gaza in his motion for 1-minute silence. We will join it and do it together. For those we lost in South Africa and those we lost also in Nasarawa, shall we rise for 1-minute silence in respect of the dead? May the soul of the departed rest in perfect peace. There is a motion on admittance into the chamber, Mr. Ayo Shochiring, Managing Director of the Bank of Agriculture, to make a brief presentation on access to agricultural mechanization and the proposed agri-hub framework, including opportunities for constituency-level participation and deployment, standing in the name of Honorable Julius Ihonvere. House Leader, please, you are invited to move the motion that we admit this gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that, pursuant to the relevant orders of the standing order, we admit an important guest into the chambers to deliver a brief presentation. I so move.
I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Leader of the House that we do admit the Managing Director of Agric Bank to the chamber. I so second.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, Nigerian Export Promotion Council Act Amendment Bill 2026, 2026, first reading. Trustee Investment Act Repeal and Enactment Bill 2026, first reading.
The third business of the day is presentation of report of the Committee on University Education on a bill for an act to amend the Federal University of Technology Act, CAP F23, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, to provide a legal framework for establishment of Federal University of Technology, Babura, Jigawa State, for the promotion and development of university education in Nigeria, and make comprehensive provisions for its management and administration and for related matters. This is standing in the name of Honorable Abubakar Hassan Fulata. Honorable members will recall that the bill was referred to the committee on Wednesday, 19th March 2025. The report is ready for presentation. Honorable Fulata is invited to present the report.
That the House do receive the report of the Committee on University of Education on a bill for an act to amend the Federal Universities of Technology Act, CAP F23, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2024, and to provide a legal framework for the establishment of the Federal University of Technology, Babura, Jigawa State.
Mr. Speaker, I rise up to move the motion, ably moved by the Deputy Chairman on Committee on University Education, on the move that the House to receive a report of the Committee on University on a bill for an act to amend the Federal University of Technology, CAP F23. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Part of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. You may now proceed to lay your report. This presentation of 7 reports of the Committee on Public Petition. This is standing in the name of Honorable Lowry Kwamote. Honorable Kwamote is invited to present the report. I've been told that he's held up in traffic, that Mr. Public Petition will be the one presenting it. Mr. Public Petition, are you ready?
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing in the stead of the chairman of the Committee on Petition, Public Petition, to present 7 petitions, the report of 7 petitions. And with your kind permission, I seek that I read all and present them at the same time. Mr. Speaker, and the report on the petition by Commuter Technology and Consult Limited, that the House do receive the report of the Committee on Public Petition on the petition by Committee Technology and Consult Limited against Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs and PSC International Limited under alleged fraudulent conduct, misrepresentation, and breach of joint venture agreement in the implementation. The second aspect is a petition by 530 disengaged staff of Nigerian Post Authority, that the House do receive the report on the Committee on Public Petition on the petition by 530 disengaged staff of Nigerian Post Authority against Nigerian Post Authority for refusal to implement approved payment of full miscellaneous benefit, 15 years pension arrears, and enrollment of eligible staff into the defined pension scheme. The third report is report on the petition by Lady Grace Aguwashe Ayo, that the House do receive the report of the Committee on Public Petition on the petition by Lady Grace Aguwashe Ayo against Security and Exchange Committee for alleged career stagnation. Also, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, the House do receive petition report on the petition of public petition on the petition by U. Peters Associate and Consultant against Maritime Academy of Nigeria, Orom, for alleged non-payment of outstanding consulting fees. The fourth one, Mr. Speaker and distinguished, is that the House do receive the report on public petitions on the petition by Bahati Nigerian Enterprises Limited against Fleet Street Investment Limited on the alleged criminal breach of trust in respect of 3,801,926,774 naira 75 kobo. Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, report by petition on the Nissan Obari Royal Palace of Alesa Council of Chiefs, that the House do receive the report of the Committee on Public Petition on the petition by Nissan Obari Royal Palace, Alesa Council of Chiefs against Indorado Eleme Petrochemical Limited for alleged violation of PIA 2022. Finally, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, that the House do receive the report on public petition on the petition by City Point Global Properties and Investment Limited against Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria on the alleged non-release and disbursement of the loan sum of 479,187,950 naira 20 kobo for the development of 160 housing units along Bende, Umuahia North Local Government. Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, I crave indulgence of this House to receive this petition by the hard-working public petition that have done justice to the Nigerians. As so moved.
Speaker, as ranking member of the House Committee on Public Petitions, I wish to and I so second that these petitions be laid. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Those in support of these motions say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. We had moved a motion to admit into the chambers the MD of CEO of Bank of Agriculture, Mr. Ayo. Touching he came with Rahina Adeleke, who is the strategist in the office of the MD, and also Maikanti Akela Ishako, Head Product and Segment, Bank of Agriculture, Head Office. Like I mentioned, they are here to brief us on issues of great importance bordering on access to agricultural mechanization and the proposed Agri-Hub framework, including opportunities for constituency-level participation and deployment. When you talk about constituency, representatives are always interested in what will benefit their constituency. So we're going to give you 10 minutes to speak to the House on what this program is all about and what will stand to benefit from it. Please, Sergeant, guide him to the microphone where he can speak to us.
As you know, the President, in his wisdom, has been trying to intervene in the agriculture sector with the acquisition of 2,000 tractors and 9,000 implements from Belarus. These tractors are the strongest tractors that we have discovered in the world, because we have a case where we got information from an ISDB partner that said the tractors have been working for 20 years under that farm. So today, sir, what we've done so far is to turn a new leaf within the Bank of Agriculture, where we're not giving tractors out to farmers that they can maintain, and this turn to artifacts and turn to scrap metals. We have designed a very robust program with the leadership of Mr. President to refinance these tractors to mechanization service providers, where each service provider is able to buy a tractor at a subsidized amount of money, pay 30%, and we spread remaining over a period of time. It would interest you to know that we had 120,000 applications, and we were able to shortlist 15,000 mechanization service providers across the country. Out of that, we've not been able to give a lot of these tractors out because we need to now start to think of second phase and third phase for us to be able to meet the demands in the country. So a lot of it has been going out. However, I thought for constituency that you supervise, sir, most of them are agrarian in nature. They all do agriculture. And I thought it wouldn't be nice to go to Mr. President to see how we can design a scheme that works for honorable members to support the youth and women in their constituency to buy a tractor and be able to provide services for the entire constituency. Because if we continue to buy them sewing machines and I would say, keke napep, there's not a lot they can do with it. But with a tractor, they can mechanize not only their own farm, but farms for everyone in the community. Now, we now told Mr. President when we went to present this to him that we can use this tractor as an anchor to now create an agriculture hub in each constituency, which will be the most sustainable way to do agriculture and be able to create longevity of this program. So I sought his consent, and I told him that it would be good for him to pay at least 50% of the cost of the tractor at Mr. President's level, so that all the members can enjoy the tractor at 50% subsidy. After a lot of back and forth, he only agreed to pay 40%. So I'm glad to announce that the tractors have been shaved off by 40%. Today, tractors that cost 100 million naira, we are selling the tractors for about 43 million naira, some bigger ones for 45, and the biggest one for 50 million naira. These tractors are not the usual 65, 75 horsepower tractors. They're big tractors and they're very strong tractors that can mechanize minimum 600 hectares of land every single year. And what that means in turn is 2,000 tractors should be able to service one farmer that owns 1 hectare to give us 1.2 million farmers that will work on 1.2 million hectares of land. If each farmer gets 3 tons of grains after harvest, that means we can get 3.6 million tons of new food in the country. So this will eradicate, food insecurity and so many other things. But it stems from the House of Rep members who have been faithful to support, the constituency members with this sort of equipment. So we've done a presentation that's quite simple, just to give an analysis of what the program will entail. We believe we can have between 1 to 3 tractors per hub that we create in each constituency. And we assume these tractors will create minimum 12 jobs. 1, it will be tractor drivers. 2, it will be the boys that support with the tractor, fueling, arrangement and all those sort of things. 3, we will create a Bank of Agriculture bank in a 10-foot container within each hub, where we have one of the constituency members be an agent of Bank of Agriculture providing banking services to that community. This is solving problem of financial exclusion and also solving problems of I want to withdraw money, there's no place to withdraw money, there's no service and all these other things. It will also help with easy access to inputs, fertilizer, agrochemicals, crop protection, and seeds. Hybrid seeds that can move them from 1 to 2 tons per hectare to at least 5 to 8 tons per hectare. Which will mean that a farmer that farms only 1 season, wet season, and is expecting to make 300,000 naira times 2 tons, that's 600,000 naira, that he will spend with his family and many wives till the next season, which is the year, can now enjoy hybrid seeds that will give him minimum 5 tons per hectare, meaning they can make between 1.5 million naira for that season. If we're able to now use financial resources to provide irrigation to him, he can farm 3 times a year. And that irrigation won't be for just him. It will be irrigation as a service again in that hub. Meaning that if he farms 3 times a year,
you have 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes to round up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. If we do this, it means that we can take a lot of Nigerians out of multidimensional poverty, sir. And today, we have the first phase of these tractors that we're looking to put in each constituency. And the President has approved that we share 40%, meaning if you pay outright, we will take this tractor in your constituency, we'll create a hub around it, put security there, employ these people to provide these services, irrigation service, mechanization service, also input services and financial services. I think this is the way we can take Nigeria out of poverty. I thank you so much for listening to me.
Time up, please. Time up. Yeah, thank you. You have 327 tractors, and you said it's 3 per House of Rep member. In my calculation, 3 per House of Rep member is 1,080 tractors, not 327 tractors. If you're actually doing it, because I'm seeing 600 hectares annually, and you're looking at 600 farmers per House of Rep annually, that is, each of us should be able to generate 600 farmers, and then we are expected to handle 1 hectare per farmer, which means 600 farmers, 600 hectares. And then you have 3 tractors per hub. But under that, you have 327 tractors, and you say it's 3 per House of Rep. Then total beneficiaries will be 200 farmers. Total beneficiary annually. It doesn't make sense to me, that calculation. So please explain.
We might not necessarily have enough tractors currently at this phase to be able to give 3 tractors to each member, sir. But we are expecting more tractors for phase 2. Currently, we have 2,000 tractors. A lot of it is going out to mechanization service providers. As I said, we received applications, we shortlisted 15,000 who are qualified for this. Out of that, we are trying to condone off at least minimum 700 to 900 tractors, depending on the uptake within the house. Then, whatever spillover we have, by next season, because this season is when we want to do this wet season, starting in about 4 weeks. Whatever deficit we have, we'll be able to make up for it with the second tranche of the tractors coming into Nigeria, sir. And the reason we are very keen on making this program sustainable is the more uptake we have, the more payment we receive, the more tractors we can order, and we get the president to also, subsidize these tractors, sir.
Okay, so you augment these numbers.
Correct, sir.
That's what it means. And then on tractor acquisition, did members understand what you meant by 40% subsidy? Because you need to explain it for members to know that there is 40% subsidy. Is it that they are paying 60% or they are paying 40% to get a tractor? You need to break it down in the way my members will understand it.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So the tractors, when we calculated the cost into the country, and these are costs that are verifiable anywhere in the world, sir. The tractors, the smallest one, which is the 80 horsepower two-wheel drive, it costs about 98 million. And it sort of cascades up. The two-wheel drives for 80 horsepower, the four-wheel drives for 80 horsepower, and there's the same for the 90 horsepower, sir. The least one that we're selling at 43 million, the subsidy is almost 50%. Because what I did was I took the entire cost of the tractor, less the logistics cost, and that's what I gave to Mr. President to apply a 40% discount on. Meaning the honorable member now can enjoy to buy the tractor at 43 million for the cheapest tractor instead of almost 90-something million.
Is there any limit to what a member can acquire? Is it limited per constituency? It's 3?
Correct, sir. For now, sir.
And there is possibility to increase it later?
Sir?
There is possibility to increase it later?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Once we get expression of interest, we will find a way to do what we can do for the first phase. The second phase, we'll also sort that out. And that's
okay, in 1 minute, break down the hub. Let them understand what you mean by WAEZ Agri Hub. Correct. What is there and what are the services there at the hub?
accept the Investigation Bureau Act 2002 and for related matters. Third reading.
To establish Federal Institute of Diving Technology,
Genital mutilation, any partial or total removal of the female genitalia for non-medical reason, FGM, inflicts lifelong injuries on women and their female children. It constitutes a violation of women's fundamental human rights and threats to bodily integrity. Globally, more than 200 million girls and women alive today have undergone female genital mutilation. The practice of FGM
This is the network service of the NTA.
Healthcare centers are at the crux of functional health systems, the first point of contact for healthcare seekers across communities of Nigeria. Primary healthcare do more than providing affordable and accessible healthcare services to disease detection and the improvement of the national health outcomes. In spite of the critical role primary healthcare centers are saddled with, it is surprising that many struggle to meet the needs of the people. How well is Nigeria's primary healthcare system positioned to deliver on its mandate? The progress, the challenges, and the path to a healthier nation. This is our focus on this episode of Health Options. We hope to espouse on as we engage a health system strengthening and financing expert. Also, expect to learn more tips to healthy living from our